Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of the Irish Breakdown Podcast brought to you by your friends over at FanDuel. Happy Thursday. A little bit different scheduling this week because of Marcus Freeman's press conference yesterday. But today, folks, we have buy, sell, hold, something that we put on for our premium message boards members. But we're going to get to that here in a little bit. Before we do, there was another massive, and we mean that literally and figuratively, another massive portal pickup for Notre Dame that was announced today. Tion Gray, an interior defensive lineman from Oregon, all 6'6", 330 plus pounds of him. He's going to be playing for Notre Dame in 2026. That was another impactful portal pickup by the defensive coaching staff, by Mike Martin and his staff. And so we're going to kick off today's show talking about that, his impact, what that means for Notre Dame moving forward. But not to worry, we are still going to be diving into the buy, sell, hold afterwards. But Brian, this was an extremely important pickup. And we talked about how landing Francis Brew kind of got the ball rolling. You get Armel Mukum back. You pick up Francis Brew from Pitt in the portal. But there was something that could kind of icing on the cake, the cherry on top, whatever, I guess, food, dessert, innuendo you want to put in there. Landing Tion Gray is the equivalent of that, and it changes the outlook of the Notre Dame interior defensive line.
Yeah, this is one of those ones you talk about, Trevor, and this will be something that people in the chat, people on the board will disagree with, and that's totally fine. I totally get where they're coming from. But there's a thought that, like, they need to get bigger. And I've said this before. I don't think they need to do that. I think they want to do that. Notre Dame already next year was going to be bigger up front than what Indiana's defensive line is this season. Like, it just there's different ways to play it. Having said that, Notre Dame wants to get bigger. That there's no doubt about that. And we've seen that now for a few years with, Sean Sevillano a couple years ago, Davion Dixon. You look at some of the guys they recruit. Tiki Hola is an example of Notre Dame wanting to get bigger. Those are all things that you look at and say, there's no doubt they would like to get bigger because there's some things they'd like to do that right now they can't do, but as they showed last year, Trev, they can still have a outstanding borderline elite defensive line, unless you want to say it already is elite defensive line. And I don't know about you, Trev, I would consider leading the nation in pass pressures this past season is a good sign that maybe you're elite, while also holding teams to under 100 yards of rushing per game. But they want to get bigger because at the end of the day, what matters is what do you want to do stylistically, and then what do you need to have on your roster to get that done. And I think Notre Dame would like to have the ability to do both. They'd like to have the ability to go after teams and attack teams, but also still have the ability to line up and say, you're not going to go anywhere, and we're going to let Drake Bowen and Jaden Alsbury and Kingston, Madden Framo, and Jalen Sneed just fly to the ball while you're too busy occupying the front line. And so it was very clear that Notre Dame was looking for that kind of player. And you and I said, like, if you're only going to get one portal player and it's just a big 300-plus pounder, I'd be okay with that. Well, they went out and got two impactful players, but they got their big guy in Tion Gray. This is a massive pickup for Notre Dame, as you said, figuratively and literally, because he does give them something that they don't have on the roster that's also proven. Now you've got three guys on your roster that are over 320 pounds. And at least now you have one that also played a lot. And Tion Gray played over 230 snaps last year for Oregon. He was a part of their rotation from day one. I would argue if you break down the film, 2 to 3 of his best performances all season were in the playoffs. He was very good in the postseason. And he gives you something that you just don't have really much of on your roster, especially from an experience standpoint. And he's a guy that you can kind of plug in right to the middle of your defense. I don't know if he's going to start or not, and it doesn't matter. And personally, I don't know that I would start him because he's not a 40 snap per game guy. He's going to be a 20 to 25 snap per game guy. I don't want to start that clock on Series 1 because I'd like to have him in the fourth quarter when we really need him to kind of shut teams' run game down if it is a close game. But he's able to be a plug-and-play guy right now in your rotation. And honestly, I don't care who starts at D-tackle for Notre Dame because they're going to rotate at least 4 to 5 guys next year, just like they have the last couple of years. And now you're doing what made the 25 D-line so good is outside of Boubacar, and then, Burnham kind of played that way in November, but you didn't have him most of the season in the rotation. You didn't have a single guy that was a star elite player. What you were throwing waves of really good talent at people. And they're going to be able to do that again in 2026. But I think you could argue that with Bryce Young getting older, with Keon Keeley coming in, with Francis Brew, with Armo Mukum, with potentially Chris Burgess moving inside, with Tion Gray, you're now bringing in more impact talent at D tackle. And you lose Gabriel Rubio, who is 6'5", 320, and you're basically replacing him with a guy who's 6'6", 336, who at least last year didn't show the propensity for being injured that Gabriel did the last couple of years. Now, so far. And so that's why I think that this was a really major pickup for Notre Dame. We'll break his game down here in a second, but I just think big picture, it's impressive. But the other thing too, Trev, is how this came to be. What was the one thing we got on the staff for with how the portal started? You guys were late to the ball game. You tried to treat this like high school recruiting. You wanted the last visit, things like that. And what we talked about yesterday is let's not try to whitewash how the portal process started. Because I think by doing so, you also take away from how much you've got to praise this staff for how quickly they rebounded and got the ship right and are adding a massive class. Because Tion Gray is a perfect example of what we're talking about here, Trev. They were on him so fast with getting the transcripts in, getting him to admissions, getting the financial offer to him, making sure that this was the first visit he took when the dead period was over. And it to the point where, I mean, it was funny. He put a tweet out last night, who should I visit next and all this, and people were freaking out on the board. And I was like, I wanted to be like, guys, I've already written the commitment article. Like, you know what I mean? Like relax.
Yeah.
I mean, like, this one's done. Because I actually got a text. So Sean Davis actually is the one who texted me yesterday. I had heard that they were close to being done with him even before this weekend. We were told this one's close to being over. But then I got a text from Sean Davis who heard from one of his sources that, like, dude, it's done. This was during our show yesterday. And just a tremendous job by the staff to get on this kid. And there were a lot of schools like begging to get him on campus. I mean, they really wanted to get him on campus, and he didn't even visit anywhere else. So he's actually on campus right now. And as you and I talked about last night, Trev, this visit wasn't necessarily about closing the deal. This was about, signing and getting all that done and meeting people. So it was a pretty big pickup.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. It wasn't about closing the deal and giving your final sales pitch. It was more so his introduction to campus. And it's like, hey, this is where you're going to be going to class.
Yep.
You see that dorm over there? You're going to be posted up in there. Yeah, absolutely agree. Very good pickup. I mean, I love what you said about the defensive line being able to come at you in waves. And now with his skill set, I know we're getting ready to break down his game. With Tion Gray's skill set, that now gives you a defensive lineman that you are willing to let go nose up on a 6'6", 340-pound Anez Cooper. Because you can say, hey, we'll see your 6'6", 340-pound guy, and we'll match you with our 6'6", 335-pound guy, not our 6'2", 277 guy. And so this does a lot. It does a lot for perception. It does a lot for the rotation. It does a lot for depth. Now, as we're going to continue talking about later in the preseason or in the offseason, little window in, it's not like now all of the concerns are now gone. There are still unknowns, but getting a guy like Tion Gray really makes you feel more comfortable about where this defensive line is at. And that's what I love about this pickup. On top of Brew, on top of convincing Mukum to come back, on top of the incoming freshmen, and honestly, on top of the players that are already still on the roster. It's a good spot to be in right now.
It is, Trev, because, you hit your marks. You got impact talent. You didn't just get depth players. You got guys that can start. They signed 8 guys in the portal, 7 position players. Maybe only 3 of them even start next year. It's not a given both receivers are going to start. I mean, everybody's ready to just plug all the new guys into the starting lineup. And I was like, well, maybe. Maybe. Right now, if I were to make a prediction right now, I would say one of the receivers, Francis Brew, and one of DJ McKinney or Jaden Sanders starts next year of the specialists. But again, it doesn't matter if those 2 receivers start. They're going to play. I don't care if they're starters or not. Make plays when the opportunities come. And I don't care if Tion Gray starts or not next year. He's going to play. He's going to be a force. Whether he's on the first series, if he's on the field the first series of the game or the second series of the game, is irrelevant to me. It's, is he healthy? He's on the field. Is he growing his game? And same thing with the corners. I don't care if those guys start or not, but now you have great depth. You have proven players, everywhere. And I just think it makes the football team better. And we can get into who's going to start here. Who's going to, it's like, I don't really care a whole lot. What matters is that they all are productive. They're all bought into the team mindset. And that was something that Marcus Freeman talked about yesterday with the returning players. And he talked about that also, how, the guys they went and got in the portal had to understand that. We'll see if that was the case or not, but that's going to be an important thing to this, to how well these guys kind of fit in to the culture. That's obviously going to have the biggest impact on it. But one thing that I like about Tion Gray is, he's a kid that was a part of a rotation last year. Oregon did not have like, these are your guys. It wasn't a situation where it was like, you're the guy, you're playing 600 snaps like Francis Brew had to play. He understands what it's like, dude. I may get 15 snaps, and when I'm in there on those 15 snaps, I got to make the most of them and play at a certain level. I think he is going to get more reps this year. But the fact he already knows what it's like to kind of be in that situation, I thought is a good thing for Notre Dame. Very good thing.
Absolutely. Well, let's break down his game a little bit before we kind of wrap up, this portal class as a whole. Obviously, he's a massive guy. Yep. And Notre Dame had one of the best run defenses in the country this past season, and you are now adding another asset to that unit that I think is going to strengthen that. That's one thing that I appreciate. In one hand, Chris Ash could have looked and said, look at how well I improved the run defense from where you guys were at in 2024 to 2025. We could just kind of be the same this upcoming year. No, they went out and they enhanced. They elevated, is what their head coach likes to say. How do you elevate? You go bring in a 6'6", 330-pound plus kid into the mix with multiple years of eligibility left. And you're going to pair him with Charlie Partridge, somebody who has a very good reputation of developing defensive linemen. Mm-hmm. So you look at his skill set, Brian, and outside of just sheer size, what else does Gray bring to the table outside of just being a massive person?
Yeah, because like that's numero uno, right? Is the size. The size is the big thing. But you could put a guy who's 6'6", 330 in there, and if he's a stiff, he can't move. He just is a space eater. He's not going to really help this defense. Other defenses, it's fine, but in this defense, it's that way. So you've got to have some level of athleticism. And the thing that surprised me, so you can see it in the high school film, but even last year at Oregon, you could see it, is he's got some quickness. Now, what he hasn't shown is quickness to the ball, meaning I'm going to shoot a gap and go make a tackle for loss. I'm going to shoot a gap and get to the quarterback. According to Pro Football Focus last year, he had 1 pressure in 99 pass rush snaps. And he had 6 run stops in 140-ish or so run snaps. But you look at how Oregon plays, they didn't ask their D tackles to do a lot of that, at least most of them. I think Amari Washington they kind of allowed to attack and get after it, but a lot of the other guys, they did not. I mean, it was really just about you're there to eat space. You're there to eat up blocks. Their leader in tackles for loss at D tackle was Barry Alexander with 6.5. Next was Amari Washington at 4.5. That's in 15 games. So it was his job was to eat space, reset the line of scrimmage in your favor. But when you see film, you can see him coming off the ball with quickness. He doesn't just come off the ball, stand up. Well, let me rephrase. There are times he does that and he'll get moved around, or times he doesn't really anchor well. He'll kind of get his feet in the air and he'll get moved around. It's a redshirt freshman. He's young. That's another thing, Trev. This kid's got still 3 years of eligibility left. So they only signed 1 in 8 portal pickups. Only 1 guy can't play beyond next season. And all but 2, and that would be Keon and Francis Brew, can play beyond 27. So that was big. But what he can do, though, Trev, is he can come off the line with some quickness. He can beat you off the ball, get a push, and reset the line of scrimmage in your favor. With better block destruction, I do think he has the potential to make more plays on the ball in the run game. I do think he has the potential to be a better pass rusher if you teach him certain things. Because what he would do in the pass game last year, Trev, and as I said, in 15 games, he only pass rushed 99 times. That's I mean, is that even what, 6? It's like 6 a game. I'm trying to do some math in my head real quick. So 50, that's 16, 17 a game, right? So 99 divided by 15, that's 6.6 per game. He's only pass rushing 6 or 7 times a game. That's not a lot. And because he was a 2-down player, and I think he's going to be a 2-down player at Notre Dame for the most part. But I do think there's potential. You would watch him at Oregon, and he's just coming off and just kind of rocking the center. He's not even thinking like, okay, let me get to the quarterback. Let me get closer to the quarterback. At Notre Dame, they're going to ask him to do that more. They're going to ask him to not so much get off the ball to get to the quarterback, but I want you to take that center, I want you to take that guard, and I want you to put him right on the heels of the quarterback. And I think he's got potential to do that. He just needs to get coached up a little bit more with some technique. And that's not a knock on Oregon. He's a redshirt freshman. It's part of the evolution of playing football. You're going to get better and better and better. He's not a kid also, Trev, when you watch him, he's not a big fat kid. Like there's so on his Instagram page, there's pictures of him in like t-shirts and working out over the summer. And you're like, he's just big. I mean, I'm not sitting there. He's not like rocking a 6-pack. I'm not saying that, but like he's just big. Broad shoulders, big arms, big hands, big feet, big legs, big midsection. And he plays like a guy who's not fat. He doesn't just stand up and eat up blocks. He eats up blocks with his combination of size, power, and the fact that he can beat you off the ball. And the minute he gets you on his heels, he has to get your lineman has to get help. Because if he gets a guy on his heels or he rocks that back, knock that back at all, that guy's done because of how big and strong this kid is. So I actually think there's some playmaking potential there, but he's not Jerry Tillery. He's not going to go have a 4-sack game where, you're like, dude, this guy's number one attribute is rushing a quarterback. This guy's number one asset is he's going to help you shut down the run game. And when he's dominating, he may have 3 tackles and one tackle for loss in a game. But if he's dominating, Francis Brew has 3 tackles for loss. Or Drake Bowen has 14 tackles and 3 tackles for loss. You know what I mean? Like, that's when you know he's dominant. It's somebody else is or some other guys around him are having monster games because the opponents have to put 2 guys on him all the time. And that's what Tion Gray brings to the table, Trev. What'd you think of him when you saw him on film?
I echo a lot of what you said because the first thing that I saw about him was that he was 6'6", like 336. And I was like, all right, I wanted Notre Dame to get a plugger, but once you start getting a little bit bigger than like north of 320, I get nervous about how a kid moves. Because it's one thing to just bring in a big body, but if you can't move laterally or vertically up or down the field, then it's like, okay, your job is to what? Stop the tush push in the future in the NFL? Like, I don't know what all your skill set is. So when I saw him on film, he has, I think he has an exceptionally quick first step for somebody that is that big. He does. Like you said, there's still some things he needs to work on technically. There are times where he has to play with a stronger base. He has a really strong initial punch. You can tell there were moments against Indiana, even in that rough game for Oregon, there were moments where Pat Coogan would get rocked back. And that's, again, not a shot at Pat Coogan, not a shot at Indiana. That's just Pat Coogan is who he is, and he was going up against somebody with an exceptionally high ceiling that was significantly bigger than him. But you can see where the talent is. Now, I'll be curious. Notre Dame last season started to do a little bit with twists and stunts with their interior defensive linemen. I don't know how much they're going to ask of Tion Gray to do that. I think they would have to drop some weight off of him in order to do that and get a little bit lighter on his feet. But yeah, man, I am very excited to see what he does within this defense. I'll tell you what, the first thing I said, and I know you don't just recruit a player for a game. That's obviously not the goal. One of the first things I thought about when I saw him was like, Navy's going to have one heck of a time trying to run fullback dive when he's in the game. Like, if there's ever a game where he plays more than 20 to 25 snaps, it might be against the midshipmen.
Yeah.
And they're going to have a rough day with that.
Well, you kind of saw that part of Chris Ash's strategy against the triple option. And I've never been a proponent of just do what the guy that you follow did.
Yeah.
if you're doing different things. It's like you got to have your own strategy stopping the option. And I think one thing that was obvious last year was because they played Armel Mukum early, they played Sean Sevillano early in that game, is they wanted to just we want to occupy 3 to 4 of your blockers inside to force them to stay on that first level, which then lets our linebackers run downhill to the quarterback and the pitch guy. And then we'll have our edge and our inside guys really crash that fullback. And they, like you said, Navy's undersized. When you have that big athletic nose and a big athletic 3 technique, it's hard for them to kind of get up to the next level, which is imperative for the triple option. Because if you can't get up to that option side inside linebacker, you've got no chance to run the option. I mean, it's just you have no chance. And that's what Chris Ash did. Now you put him into that conversation. You put Francis Brew into that conversation, because Francis Brew is not a big guy, but he's a pretty explosive athlete. But he is your strongest defensive lineman day one. Him and Sean Sevillano are in the competition for the strongest offensive lineman. I think he's your strongest guy day one. And boy, I got to tell you, man, it's going to be fun to watch. Let's talk about that as we wrap this up, Trev, and get to buy so hold. But that right there is important. They got perfect compliments in the portal in Francis Brew and Tion Gray. Perfect compliments to each other.
Yeah, absolutely they did. I mean, they almost followed the pattern of what they did on the high school recruiting trail. Is they didn't go out and get multiples of the same guy. And you could say that on the offensive side of the ball, and you could kind of say that about the 2 defensive backs that they brought in as well. Notre Dame didn't bring in 2 6'4" guys at wide receiver. They brought in a 6'1", 6'2" guy, 6'2" guy, and a 6'4" guy. On defense, you brought in a 6'2", 280-pound guy and a 6'6", 336-pound guy. Different builds. But what does that do? That allows you to play them on the field together. That allows you to mix up your personnel packages, and not like there's never going to be a situation where, well, I don't want to say never, but ideally, depending on the team that you're going against, you don't want to have 2 interior guys of 6'2", 280 on the field at the same time. We saw them that last season. Very rarely did we see Kurt Heinisch and Jared Dawson on the field at the same time. It was always one of them with Jason Onier. When he was healthy, it was one of them with Gabe Rubio. But also in that same conversation, you don't want to have 2 6'6", 330-pound guys on the field either. Arkansas did for most of the year in their interior defensive line. How'd that go for them? So you need to be able to diversify what you do and how you attack different offenses. And I think that they were able to succeed in doing that in the transfer portal. It adds to the diversity of the room. Not everybody is the same size. Not everybody has the same skill set. And that's what you need. That's how you build a good defense. It's being able to have answers for every scenario that an offense can throw at you in the trenches. I think back to the Miami game. It's like, cool, you have 6'6", 340-pound Inez Cooper. Meet Tion Gray. This is how we counter that. Or if you have other linemen that are just big and slow and they don't move their feet well, how do you do, this is Francis Brew? Didn't mean for that to rhyme, but it just kind of happened that way.
This is Armel Mukum. This is Cole Mullins. This is Chris Burge. Exactly.
Yes.
They can. That's a great point, Trevor. They can match up against whatever you have. So it eliminates weaknesses. Where, boy, because football is a game of matchups. I say this all the time. It's not rocket science. A lot of people say that, but I've been preaching this since I got into football. What did they say? Matchups, styles make fights, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's so true in football. And that's what hurt Notre Dame early against Miami last year. They were getting knocked off the ball. Now they settled in and played much better in the second half, but that was a style of a fight that just didn't go in Notre Dame's favor on either line. That won't be as much of an issue because you can match that. Now, I still contend that you played the wrong scheme with the players you had, but now if you want to play that type of scheme against Miami, you can and do it with more success because of what you've added, not just with Tion Gray, but also Francis Brew, who's a power player as well. I mean, he's an athletic power player. But the other thing, final thing is, Trev, I just like the fact I'm not a big fan of just big fat kids in the middle that can't move. I just don't think that makes you a real good defense. I think that'll let you beat up teams that are inferior to you, but I don't think that's how you go beat Ohio State and Georgia and Alabama and Oregon and Texas and and Indiana if they're legit, and this kind of version of Miami. I just don't think that's how you beat them. I want big guys that can move. And that's the thing I love about both Gray and Brew is in different ways, they can move. Tion Gray is not a stiff. Go watch his high school film and of him playing offensive line. Now, in high school, he has an issue that you saw a little bit at times this year. He'll tend to stand up and just lose his base. He got better as the year went on at Oregon doing that, but I thought he was really good. If you want to see what he looks like as a player, go watch the JMU, the Texas Tech, and the Indiana games. It's the biggest stage he's ever played on. I thought those were 3 of his 5 best games of the season. I really do. Especially the Texas Tech and Indiana games, the Texas Tech and JMU games, because Indiana just got out of hand so fast. His style of play wasn't like as needed, and he only played like 18, 19, 20 snaps, something like that. But when he was in there early, boy, he was getting after it. He really was. Because when I watch film, I'll start at the beginning of the year and then work on. And I liked his early season film, but his November, December, January film that's when he was really reaching his peak.
Couldn't agree more. I loved his film. Loved his film against Texas Tech. He ate up the interior of that offensive line when he was in. He really did. Helped shut down their run game. He gave Baron Morton some fits. But it's that secondary effect that we were talking about. It wasn't necessarily him generating the rush. It was what he was freeing up other people to go do. Very excited to see him in there. And he's played in big moments. That's a big thing for me, Brian, is seeing what you do in the biggest moments. I don't care if you dominated Oregon State this year. I don't. But what you do against the JMUs on the big stage, Texas Tech on the big stage, and when he was in there against Indiana, he held his own against Indiana, against the Hoosiers, a team right now on FanDuel that's favored by a lot to win the national championship. That carries a lot of weight with me. Again, with Tion Gray, no pun intended there, but I'm very excited to see what he does at Notre Dame. And I'm also very excited to see how Charlie Partridge develops him and how Chris Ash uses him. I think that's going to be huge. Really huge. But folks, that is going to kind of do it for our recap of Tion Gray. Don't go anywhere because we are doing buy, sell, hold today. But before we get there, be sure to hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell, share this podcast with your friends and family. Anybody that you know loves Notre Dame and college football as much as you do. But as always, the best way to support what we do here is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. All right, Brian, it is buy, sell, hold here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. That's something that we do for our premium board message members. You see it scrolling down there at the bottom of the screen, boards.irishbreakdown.com. Our guy Salty gets a thread started on the board. Premise is you support or you submit a scenario, a topic, a question, and then after some discussion, Brian and I will decide whether we buy it, we sell it, or we hold it. This is not like a Friday free-for-all mailbag. That's coming tomorrow. This is for the premium message board subscribers. If you are one and you forgot to get yours in, you can always throw in a super chat. But Brian, I know we have a lot of awesome submissions to get to today.
So many that I'm still getting them all. I just got them all done. So now I'm in the process of downloading them and getting those ready to go. But as Trev said, if you have a question or we'd prefer that you stick to kind of buy, sell, holds. But if you do have a question that you want us to answer, you can throw that into a super chat as well. We won't do a mailbag today, and we'll answer that at the end. But I'd also say find a creative way to discuss that on the other side, because as I mentioned, there's a right way and a wrong way to do a buy, sell, hold, right? So don't ask a question. Make a statement. So like literally one of the questions was, they said something and they said, would it be? And I simply changed it. It would be, and make a statement instead of a question. And then we respond do we agree, disagree, basically with that statement. And that's how buy, sell, holds. That's how buy, sell, holds work, is that right there. So Trev, give me 1 second because there we go. I couldn't get it on the other screen here real quick, but now I have it on the other screen, and we can get this thing rocking and rolling. So give me 1 sec here. All right. Technology, sometimes I am very much an old man sometimes when it comes to technology, dude. It
No
sometimes will
worries.
still kick my butt a little bit. But now we are ready, my friend, to begin Buy, Sell, Hold.
Like always, our guy Salty gets us kicked off for helping us put together that thread on the board. So, buy, sell, hold. Among the top 5 transfer portal events are 2 special cases: the return from the portal of Armel Mukum and the decision by the great one to not enter the portal.
Yeah, I'll buy that, Trev. I think those were very important parts to this, because if you did not bring back Armel Mukum, even with the addition of Francis Brew and Tion Gray, I'd still say, but man, you lost Jared Dawson, Gabriel Rubio, Donnie Heinisch, maybe Jason Onye. Boy, it would have been nice to have another 300-pound athletic kid with potential, and you get him back, and because that would have been your 5th departure from last year. I just think I would still, you could still make a case that Armel Mukum has the highest ceiling of any defensive tackle on the roster. Here's the thing: as high as I am on Francis Brew and Tion Gray, I would argue that they're not the number 1 on my board in regard to who has the most upside. They're probably your 2 best D tackles the day that football camp starts in the spring or some fall, depending on when they get here. I believe they're both going to be here in the spring, but I'm not 100% certain of that. I still think Armel Mukum and Chris Burgess have your 2 highest ceilings at the position, because I do expect Chris Burgess to move inside. So I think that says a lot about the talent of the room. Now, could they have still been very good at D tackle if Armel Mukum left? Yeah, because it's not a given Armel's going to break out and even help this year. But the potential that he brings to the table, Trev, is still enormous. And I think Jaden Greathouse staying was huge for Notre Dame. Absolutely huge.
Oh, agreed. Yeah, I'm buying this one as well. And it's not even just for on the field production. What's the biggest concerns that teams have going into the transfer portal and bringing in people that are either going to rotate in or potentially start? The culture of the team. Is that going to be able to remain? You're talking about 2 guys in Armel Mukum and Jaden Greathouse who are going into their 4th year as a part of this program, a 4th year in Marcus Freeman's, a part of Marcus Freeman's team. The culture lives with the returners. And so not only does their tremendous upside also help things, it's the fact that in this world of the transfer portal, sometimes it can get a little bit messy when you're bringing in new additions. I mean, it's like, has anybody ever been in school that, you have a new kid come in and they might be a whiz kid, or a new kid transfers into your sports team or something when you were in high school, and it's like you're just unsure about him at first? Yeah, it's kind of like that. You need your culture guys. And who are those? Those are now going to be people, members of the class of 2023. So, yeah, I'm buying this as well. Not only for their production on the field, but what they mean to the locker room as well. Another one from Salty: buy, sell, hold. Pat Coogan and Steve Angeli are the most prominent exceptions to the typical history of individuals who transfer from Notre Dame to another school, not finding greater success at that school.
I think they're the most talked about. I would still say we are not doing enough as a fan base of talking about how good Aiden Keanaaina was for Cal the last 2 years. Aiden Keanaaina had 2 outstanding seasons for Cal the last 2 years. He was a starter for them the last 2 years and a really good football player for them the last 2 years. And he brought a lot to the table, what we saw Notre Dame lacked. I mean, this year, Aiden Keanaaina was a 6'3", 320-pound D tackle that had 56 tackles, 2.5 tackles for loss, 1.5 sacks. The year before, he had 45 tackles, 2.5 tackles for loss, and a sack, and was a big space eater. They could have absolutely used that kid the last couple of years. There's no doubt about it. So I guess prominent is, I'd probably buy that they're prominent because they get talked about the most. I don't know that I would necessarily say they were the 2 best. Steve had a shot to be there, but he got hurt in the 4th game. So it's hard to kind of go too far there. I just want to remind some people, because there's some new people in the chat, we only pull up buy, sell, holds that were submitted to the message board for premium members. So people putting buy, sell, holds in the chat. If you want us to respond to a buy, sell, hold and you're not a premium board member, or you didn't get a buy, sell, hold in, you need to put a super chat on there. This is one of the perks that we do for the people who are members. We give all of you our answers, but the questions get submitted by the premium board members. So there's some people putting some new. We got big audience or some new people. Just want to remind you guys and explain kind of how that process works. So we're not we are ignoring those questions, but that's the reason why. We're not doing it to be rude, but this is just one of the perks that we give our premium board members. But yes, prominent, yes. Are they the two best? No. There's been several others that have gone and had success at other places.
Same page here. I agree completely. Buy, sell, hold from Jones 10. Notre Dame will have 3 first-round picks in the 2027 draft.
I will buy that. Yes. I mean, just here's my 3 predictions of who those guys would be. I think there's a chance, honestly, and this is going to sound crazy. I hope that I'm wrong here because I want one of these guys to come back in 2028 or 2027. But I could see CJ Carr, like one of CJ Carr, Gerby Lambert, Charles Jagasol, Boubacar Traore, Leonard Moore, Tay Johnson being a first-round draft pick next year. Now, I hope that they all 6 aren't gone, just selfishly. But those are 6 first-round talents, and that's not even getting into if one of the D tackles has a breakout. That doesn't get into if Bryce Young has a breakout and goes pro. That doesn't project, because I think Drake Bowen could be one of the best linebackers in the country, but linebackers just don't go as high as they used to. So that's why I don't have him in that conversation. But those are 6 guys right now. There's an outside chance that maybe if Anthony Knapp moves inside or has a big year, because he doesn't have to move to center for the NFL to project him there. But I think if he does have success doing that, that helps his cause. I've said for a year that I think Anthony Knapp has very high NFL draft talent, just not at tackle. So he's a potential breakout player. I mean, so there's guys on the board that have that kind of ability. That's why we say this is a talented roster. It's not just depth of a lot of really good players. There's a lot of really good players, but this Notre Dame team also has elite players. And that's a little bit different than we've seen in the past.
I agree. I agree about the level of NFL talent. I'm actually going to sell this, and I would love to be wrong here. And it's not for the lack of first-round talent that this team necessarily possesses. There's just a good chance that potentially the first 9 picks of the NFL draft are all going to be quarterbacks. Do I think if CJ Carr goes out, he'll be one of them? I do. And then the 10th pick is probably going to be Jeremiah Smith. I think 2. I think Notre Dame will have
sarcasm, but you're not wrong. Next year's draft class is going to be insane at quarterback.
Oh, I mean, it's
like the top 9 picks are not going to be quarterback. Trev's not saying that, but hear his point though. Next year's draft class at quarterback is going to be nuts.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know who's picked after Leonard Moore, in your funny scenario, you know who's picked the next pick after Jeremiah Smith?
Leonard Moore, probably.
Right.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm fairly confident that they will have 2 if CJ elects to come out. I don't know if they'll get to 3 though. I'm not sure of that. But like I said, would I be shocked if I was wrong? No, I'm not.
I just have a hard time seeing the national championship winning team not having 3 first rounders. That's all I'm saying, Trev.
Bang, bang. Come on. Come on. You're right. You might be convincing me to change my answer.
There we go. There you go. All right, let's go to the next one.
Buy, sell, hold with a perfectly thrown spiral. Which is better looking, the actual ball, the NFL football, the college football, or the Canadian football?
I can't stand the Canadian football. It makes me feel like I'm watching highlights of 1945. AFL football. There's nothing prettier than a college football thrown on a spiral, because that little white, that tight white that's spinning around, that's a thing of beauty, man. That's a thing of beauty. I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. It is.
I just looked up a picture of a Canadian football. Pass. No.
Yeah.
Definitely not that one. It's college football by a wide margin.
The entire white circle, right? Isn't it still? Yeah. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. College football for me definitely takes the cake.
Yep. And I've always felt that way. So here's a cool story, Trev. My dad. So I told my dad drove a UPS truck. I think he drove like a Wonder Bread truck when I was born, but pretty early in my life, my dad got hired at UPS and drove a UPS truck from like, I mean, it was 2-3 years old till I was in the 8th grade. And one of his routes was I think it was Wilson made the Super Bowls. I think it was Wilson's, but the Super Bowl balls were all made in a factory in Ada, Ohio. And that was on my dad's route. And every year they'd give him a Super Bowl ball. Like one of the ones they sell, not like one of the ones for the game. Like the NFL's like, why are we always missing one?
Sweet.
I'm not saying that, you know what I mean? Like, but it was actually one of the Super Bowl balls that they made. It was, so they would make the ones for the game, but then they would make others like that were like official balls that they would sell. And so like for 3 or 4 Super Bowls in a row, and my dad loving me like he did, let me go play with it. So like, I mean, they're all shredded. You know what I mean? Like I'm out in the yard throwing my Super Bowl ball around. I had no clue how big this was. You know what I mean? But I love the NFL football, but it's just, there's always been something about that 1001 growing up with the 1001 with the half white stripes that just is just a thing of beauty, man. There's very few things in sports that are prettier than a perfectly thrown spiral. There just aren't. There really
Agreed.
just aren't. The next best thing is watching a home run come off Ken Griffey Jr.'s bat. That's the only other thing that even remotely compares when it just comes to beauty in sports, in my opinion. Yeah. That's where I'm at.
Agreed.
Good question. Now, keep in mind, Jones 10, you're also talking to 2 former quarterbacks. So, I mean, there's a little bit of bias there in our minds as well. And I also played receiver in college, Trev. Well, I actually played receiver my last 3 games of high school and then my freshman year of college. So spirals were also easier to catch. So it's a two-way street for me. Two-way street. Yeah. And John E said BD spiking the ball on the asphalt. Yep, pretty much. It had to kill my dad too, man. He had to be inside like, oh my God, I raised an idiot. He's out there, throwing the NFL football out there. You know how much money that's going to be worth someday? But he let me do it because he knew I love to throw the football, man. But he's, God, my kid's an idiot. He's out there spiking a freaking football on the driveway. But yeah, he'll still let me do it. So that's true love right there, buddy.
That sure is.
There we go.
Buy, sell, hold from Father J-Pop. Marcus Freeman's entertainment of an NFL job has been helpful in encouraging the school to support new practices. See increased number of undergrad transfers.
Look, I don't think that hurts. I mean, the school, especially since the new president has been named, and there's been new board members added in the last couple of years. Obviously, Pete Bavacqua, Jack Swarbrick, a lot of years had to fight like crazy to get things done. There's less needing the AD to fight like crazy with the current leadership at Notre Dame. It's more like, okay, yeah, what do you need? What's the return on the investment? How do you plan on fundraising for it? Okay, go do it. And I think that's been a very noticeable thing. And so seeing that they're bringing more undergrad transfers, Notre Dame has been very willing to go with the times in order to keep their sports programs relevant in this new era. And I've shared an example in the past where people say, oh, Freeman's getting exceptions and from admissions for high school kids, or they've lowered the standards. I'm like, nope, they haven't lowered the standards at all. What they've done is they've changed the process to better support athletics. And here's what I mean by that. In the past, you could not get a sophomore's, from what I've been told, and this has been true for a lot of years, you couldn't get a sophomore a transcript evaluated from admissions. They would, I think they wouldn't even do it for a while. They wouldn't even do it till you had completed your junior year. So what admissions has done now is they'll take freshman, sophomore year transcripts. They'll look at them and they'll sit down with the young student athlete and say, okay, here's where you're at. If you want to come to Notre Dame, you've got to do A, B, C, D, and E. And if you do those things, you've got a shot to get in here. And then that allows Marcus Freeman and his staff to say, hey, man, if you do A, or they may say, Trev, I don't think there's a scenario in which this kid could get a transcript that's going to be good enough to get into Notre Dame. And then the staff knows we don't need to keep wasting time on this recruitment. And there's some current players. There's a current starter on the team recently, a young player who I'll just say it. It was Tay Johnson. They said, look, if you want to get to Notre Dame, you've got to do A, B, C, D, and E. And Tay did A, B, C, D, and E because he wanted to be at Notre Dame. He knew what Notre Dame could provide for him. He had support at home for those desires. There's been other players that are going to be big time were big time pickups in the recruiting portal that the admissions didn't say, hey, yeah, you're a 2.2, but you're 6'4", 310 and run a 4.7, so we'll let you get in. Sure. No, it's okay. Here's where you are. If you want to get in, you've got to do A, B, C, D, and E. And then it was up to the kids to do it. And there's been other kids that didn't do that. There was a defensive lineman a couple years ago in the same class as Chris Burgess, who they told him, if you want to get in, you got to go do A, B, C, and D. And part of the A, B, C, and D is making sure there were no C's and D's in your transcript. And the kid went out and got C's and D's the next semester. Well, that's not a kid that wants to be at Notre Dame. Because it was, he was a smart kid. He just didn't want to put in the work. Other kids want to do the work. And Brandon Hillman is not an example of that. Brandon Hillman's situation was very different. Brandon Hillman's situation was his mom moved out of the country. He had to go help her with the transition. He was behind in his transcripts. The high school sent him incomplete transcripts to Notre Dame, and Notre Dame could not accept the kid on incomplete transcripts. And by the time the new transcripts were there, it was too late. So that's not an example. But there are a lot of other kids who have not done what they needed to do. And that's not Notre Dame's admissions fault. That's just an unfortunate circumstance. And it was more so the high school's fault more than anything. But, there's been a lot of kids that have done what they needed to do, but now you have 2 years to work on it. Where I remember there was a running back that went to Oregon. This is, back early 2010s. And he really liked Notre Dame a lot. And after his junior year, they looked at his transcript and said, hey, something like you need like 4 semesters of foreign language. And he had like 2 years of sign language. And they're like, we don't take sign language as a foreign language. And so there was no way for him to get 4 semesters of a foreign language in 2 years of high school, because he wouldn't have been able to sign in February because he would have had to still take 2 more semesters of it. And so when you get a transcript that's missing things late in the process, sometimes it was really hard for kids to get those things met. Now, a kid gets that early transcript looked at. You need to take 4 semesters of a foreign language, just as an example. All right, cool. That's fine. I got 2 years to get that done and 1 year of summer school to get that done. And so they're working with them now more, as opposed to lowering the standard. They say, no, there's kids out there that can get this thing done. And the sooner we can work with them to say, hey, here's what you need to do, the better chance we're giving those young men to get the work done, show their chops as students, and show how bad they want to be at Notre Dame. And in that case, the school will then say, yes, that's a kid that will admit. But they're just not going to say, how fast is this kid, coach? Oh, 4.35, cool. Bam, you're in. Have fun succeeding at Notre Dame with your 2.1 GPA and 920 on the SAT, right? No, they're not doing that. But they may take a kid who's a 2.1 as a sophomore and say, okay, you want to get in here, you need to do this, 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 and this, and this. And if the kid gets it done, then they'll say, cool, this is a young man that understands what it takes to be here, and he's done the work. And I think that's where they've really worked with the athletics programs without lowering the standards the way that some people think they need to do, which I don't agree with, and think people have accused Notre Dame of doing. And that's just not accurate. It's not accurate at all. So the school has been very supportive, but does Marcus Freeman use those type of things to maybe leverage them for some things maybe they might resist him on a little bit? Sure. He'd be a fool not to. I just don't think that's the main reason he's talking to NFL teams. I'd like to believe so. But I also think he uses those things to say, look, when I come back, I want this, this, this. And I think those are very smart things. Very wise things.
Absolutely. Like I buy that Freeman's entertainment of NFL jobs has had an influence on the school, but I don't think I sell that it was like the intention. And I know that, Father J-Pop, that's not what you're putting in your submission, but just to kind of reinforce what Brian is talking about. the admissions process and being more communicative with the football team, Freeman entertaining NFL jobs probably helps, but it was not the intention, that's for sure. Buy, sell, hold. Miami matches up well with Indiana and could beat them in much the same way as they beat Ohio State. And Brian, I don't know if you saw what the line for this game was on FanDuel, but it's Miami's 8.5-point dogs.
Isn't it? Is that wasn't it originally 9.5? Or was it
when I saw it a couple days ago, it was still at 8.5. I don't remember what the opening lines were, but
I'm a little surprised by that, Trev. I
am too.
A, Bama stinks. B, this is how Oregon goes down. This is how they went down last year. This is how they went down to Ohio State in 2014. This is kind of what they do. When they go out in a blaze of glory. You know what I mean? Like, they go down big. What are we going to just assume that Carson Beck's going to put the ball on the ground 3 times without being touched? I mean, maybe actually Carson Beck kind of could do that, but I don't think Miami's defense and run game are getting enough credit. I also don't think people are doing enough studying of when has Indiana struggled. They have struggled this year against teams that can stop the run. Like, really stop the run. And I think Miami's pretty good at stopping the run. You know, we've talked about this, Trev. I mean, you go look at Indiana this year and their closest games this season. They beat Iowa by 5 points. They rushed for 104 yards. The week before against Illinois, they won by 53. They rushed for 312 yards. So, the Oregon game, which was, a close competitive game in the regular season, they rushed for 111 yards. The Penn State game, where they only won by field goal, they rushed for 108 yards. The Wisconsin game was 10-7 at halftime. They rushed for 83 yards. The 3-point win over Ohio State, they rushed for 118 yards. They blew out Oregon and Alabama, and they averaged 200 yards rushing. If you want to slow them down, you stop the run. And will Miami stop the run? I don't know if they will, but they're capable of it. Miami gave up 86.5 rushing yards per game this year. They held Notre Dame to 93. They held Ohio State to 45. They held Texas A&M to 89. They held Pitt to 30. They held NC State, Hollywood Smothers to 23. They held SMU to 23. Ole Miss only rushed for 121. Like 75 of those came on one carry. And so that's something they're very good at. If they can shut down the run game early, this will be a close game. Win or lose, this will be a close game. Well, let me rephrase. If they shut the run down early and Carson Beck protects the football, this will be a competitive 4-quarter game. If Indiana comes out and starts running on Miami and they're gashing Miami at the run, this probably won't be a close football game. But there's really no evidence that you can come out and do that to Miami. I mean, Trev, the most yards they gave up in a game this year was Virginia Tech, 194. The next closest is 161 against Syracuse in a blowout win. And the next most is 132. And that team averaged 3.5 yards per carry. Syracuse is only 3.7. There's only been 2 teams all year that went for over 4 yards a carry against Miami. Virginia Tech and Ole Miss. But as I said, Ole Miss only got there because they had one very long run. They could do nothing running the football other than that. And so I think those things factor into it and in this game. And Virginia Tech had 2 long carries that kind of bumped them up. But I think that's going to be a big key for Indiana. They have not played great against teams with really good run defenses.
And you could also argue Oregon is probably the closest thing. Maybe from a talent-wise, you could argue Ohio State, but Bob Bostad's going to be put to the test this week, in the championship game going against that Miami defensive front. I will say that. But here's the thing. For any of my better friends out there, I would absolutely hammer Miami to cover in this one. Miami hasn't lost by 8.5 points since November 4th of 2023. That's the last time they lost by more than 8 points or even 8 points. It was against NC State on the road in 2023. The last 2 seasons, I think their largest margin of victory was 6, or margin of defeat. So I think that's a little bit disrespectful to Miami. Not that I'm a Miami sympathizer by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
like what IU has done has been extremely impressive this year, but for a spread of 8.5 in a national title game, I think that's pretty crazy. I mean, even the Notre Dame Ohio State spread last year was like 4.5.
Yeah. I mean, this is a team that beat Ohio State convincingly. This is a team that went on the road and beat Texas A&M in a very close football game. This is a team that beat Ole Miss, who's a good football team. And this is a team that also in the regular season beat Notre Dame, who I would argue was the hottest team in college football by the end of the year.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, look, I can't stand Miami, but I also am not going to give faulty analysis because of my feelings about a team.
Right.
Miami has proven they're a legit team. Having said that, sometimes games just go a certain way. If Miami beats Indiana by 30 because they forced 3 turnovers, does that mean Indiana wasn't for real? You got to the title game. You're for real. Same thing with Miami. If Miami goes out and loses by 20, 30 points, it's not like, oh, they were paper tight. No, they were legit. They just kind of got beat by a team like Ohio State was last year that got red hot in the postseason. It just was all clicking.
Yeah.
I just don't think that Indiana has necessarily played. Who were the 2 teams you and I said when the first playoff rankings came out were the most overrated? Pretty sure it was Alabama and Oregon.
Yeah.
Now, Oregon proved themselves in November over quality teams, but we had a lot of questions about Oregon. I thought they proved themselves, but I think they were kind of a little bit of a paper tiger in some regards, and especially on offense. And they beat another team that I think some people had questions about in Texas Tech. But that's not the path Miami had. So I think my point is Indiana's legit the best team in the country right now. They've earned that. But what I'm saying is they're blowing people out because of bad matchups and because of they just play teams that have a tendency to choke in big moments or just weren't very good, like in Alabama's case. Whereas Miami's had to truly earn their way to this thing. Like Notre Dame did. I mean, their path has been so similar to what Notre Dame's was last year. It really has been. And then think about it. You have a really tough, gritty first round win. You got your second round game. You're playing the number 2 team in the country. At a place of their choosing, so to speak. And it's a hard fought 24-14, 23-10, right? Real similar. Semifinals is a little bit more of a battle. You fall behind at times. You jump ahead. It's a back and forth. You win at the end of the game. Their path has been so similar to what Notre Dame's was last year. And then they're playing the hottest postseason team in the country in the championship game. We'll see if they can have more success than Notre Dame did against that team this year.
Agreed.
We had a super chat from Tom Connor. Thank you, Tom, very, very much for that. Appreciate you very much. Excited for next year. I could explode. I'm with you, Trev. What a difference 4 days makes.
Right?
Right? I mean, last Friday it was doom and gloom in our mailbag with a lot of in the chat and it's a lot of the questions. What a difference 4 days makes.
It's been a good week.
Yep.
Been a good week. Another one from Father J. Pop. Buy, sell, hold. If IU beats Miami for the title, they represent a regional competitor to Notre Dame, closer to Ohio State than Michigan, and would be ahead of them in some areas in a problematic way. Offensive line play seems superior, especially considering raw talent available, traction from Monch and Sales and Indiana kid.
Well, Monch and Sales has never shown much interest in Notre Dame. Now, could I see him going to Indiana? Sure, absolutely. But he was always going to go somewhere. I've been telling you all this for months. They are not going to get Monch and Sales. I do not see it happening. Would Miami would a title represent them being a regional competitor to Notre Dame? Of course it would. As long as Curt Cignetti's there. We keep telling people Indiana's not going to go 4-8 next year with Curt Cignetti as the head football coach. They may not win a title. They may not even make the playoffs. We'll have a question about that or submission about that later, Trev. But as long as Curt Cignetti's there, they're going to be a really good football team. Will they ever be this good again? We'll see. That remains to be seen. But, yeah, they're certainly a regional competitor. There'll be a competitor for them on the portal. There'll be a competitor with them for the occasional high school kid. But Notre Dame is still going to dominate Indiana in high school recruiting, in my opinion.
Some of it goes down to just what support you have available for your program. And the support surrounding Notre Dame is 10 times better than what it is for IU. Why? Because up until 2024, Indiana was like the worst program in college football history. Like, and that's not an insult. They were the first one to 700 losses. They were on like a 2.5-decade bowl drought. Like, it wasn't, that's not me trying to sling some mud. Like, they were one of the worst in program or in college football history. And then they switched things around, and now they are a football powerhouse in the last 2 seasons. They just don't have some of the systems in place that Notre Dame has. They don't have the outreach quite what Notre Dame has. So that's where I'm at. Regional competitor, sure, but I don't know how many recruits IU is going to beat out Notre Dame for down in Florida or California or North Carolina.
It'll be
Texas.
more for some of the portal kids is who it'll be for. But I'll say this, Notre Dame beat Indiana for more portal kids that they wanted than Indiana beat Notre Dame. Because they really wanted Francis Brew. You know, like they were trying to get in with some of the Ohio State kids. There were guys that Notre Dame went after that they were trying to get in on. Jaden Sanders is another one. And so Notre Dame was able to win those battles. Now they got Josh Burnham. And then, of course, they beat him for Nick Marsh. But I'll say this, I think them winning the Nick Marsh battle ended up benefiting Notre Dame quite a bit. Because if I could choose between him or the kids they got, I'll take the kids they got.
Agreed.
He's more proven, but I think the upside is greater with the kids that they got. And let's be honest, Nick Marsh wouldn't have produced the way he did in the last 2 years if he was sitting behind Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate and Emeka Egbuka like Mylan Graham and Quincy Porter were.
Very true. From Team OD, buy, sell, hold. With the portal additions and talented young players, Christian Gray will not end the season as a starter. P.S. I'm not rooting for this.
So the only way Christian Gray, in my opinion, doesn't end next year as a starter is if he gets hurt. Either during the offseason, then gets beat out during the offseason, or gets hurt during the season. I'll repeat what I said the other day. The Notre Dame coaching staff does not view Christian Gray the same way that the fans do. Now, will 100%. He still be the starting field corner? That remains to be seen. Somebody's going to move, but he is absolutely very, very much going to be in this team's plans as an impact player. Yeah,
absolutely. Same page. From With Your Chest, buy, sell, hold. In today's college game, being able to run the ball on your own terms in big games is the biggest separator between the teams that win championships and those that compete but ultimately fall short of winning it all.
I will say sell, but I don't sell with conviction. I still think stopping the run is still the biggest thing that goes into a championship team, because I think there's a world in which you could be an elite passing team that you don't necessarily have to run the ball on your own terms and still be a really good football team. You're running the ball on your terms because teams are spending so much time trying to stop your pass game. I can still see that. I think balance is crucial to winning a championship. I mean, even LSU showed that back in 2019, Trev. That LSU team in 2019 was not they weren't like what Kalen DeBoer's team was at Washington. You know, but I will say that the Washington run in 2023 did show that there's some level of, yeah, you can kind of just be a really good team and throws the football. I mean, it hurt them against Michigan, but maybe in a 12 to 16 team playoff, they don't have to play a team like Michigan because somebody else knocks that Michigan team out before they get there. So I still think being able to stop the run is still, at the end of the day, if I had to pick one thing, I still think is the number one ingredient to being a championship football team. I do. And look, the evidence, I mean, let's just see if I'm right on this. The national champion this year will either be the number 2 ranked rush defense or the number 6 ranked rush defense. But those teams on offense rank 12th and 20th in rush offense. You look at last year, the team that won the national championship ranked number 3 in rush defense. In 2023, the team that won the national championship ranked 6th in rush defense, and that team ranked 55th in rushing offense. In 2022, the team that won the championship was ranked number 1 in rushing defense. They were ranked, that's Georgia, they were ranked 19th in rushing offense. In 2021, Georgia ranked second in rush defense, and they won the national championship, and they ranked 36th in rushing offense. In 2020, the team that won the national championship ranked 17th in rush defense. That was a bit of an anomaly, but even that team ranked 47th in rushing offense. So the last time that you could go to a team that didn't rank in the top, like near the top in rushing, you have to go all the way back to 2021. And that was LSU, who ranked 21st in the country in rushing offense, or rush defense, excuse me, and 32nd in yards per attempt. So that team also had the 2020 Bama and the 2019 LSU teams were historically great offenses, like historically great offenses. Then we go back to 2018, and the team that won the title was fourth in rushing defense. In 2017, the team that won the title was first in rushing defense. And in 2016, the team that won the title was one of the other exceptions. They were 24th, and they beat the team that ranked number one. So the vast majority of evidence is it's a whole lot more important to be able to stop the run than it is even to be able to run it, unless you have a generational quarterback at talent, a talent at quarterback like LSU had with, generational talent at receiver. Also kind of the story with Alabama in 2020 with Devontae Smith. But I still throw out a lot of the stuff that happened during the COVID year. I take no I rarely even consider much the 2020 season when looking at different things because it was such a funky year. The Pac-12 teams played 5 games. The Big 12, 10 teams played 7 games. The leagues were only playing each other, stuff like that. I just don't put a lot into that. I think stopping the run is still the number one thing. If you can run the ball, that's great, but I still think stopping the run is still the number one ingredient. And that's something you and I both disagree, and Vince and I did too. We disagreed with Al Golden's just didn't really put as much emphasis. He didn't want to give up a bunch of yards, but he said, I don't really care about having the number one ranked run defense. Well, that's fine, but can you at least be in the top 5? Chris Ash, for all the things we criticize him for, has very clearly made it a priority to be able to stop the run every week. And that's why Notre Dame was under 100 yards of rushing yards allowed per game in the regular season for the first time since 2012.
Yeah, from Al Golden, that was very much an NFL mindset that he brought with him to South Bend and not making the run defense a higher priority than what it was. I'll say this, in terms of the submission, Brian, I agree with you that being able to stop the run is important. Specifically for offense, I couldn't agree more wholeheartedly. As a team, yeah, the most important ingredient is being able to stop the run for the stats that you laid out. Offensively, I couldn't agree with this more. Now, does it depend on the team? Yeah, it does, but I'll use Ohio State as an example. I talked about this till I was blue in the face, that Ohio State's ability to have success in the postseason was going to be solely dictated by their ability to run the football in big moments. Why do I say that? And why did I say that? And why will I continue to say that? Because of what their track record was in years where they had success in the postseason versus the years that they didn't. Like this year in the Big Ten Championship, and in the first round of the playoffs this year against Miami, Jeremiah Smith combined for 301 receiving yards. He put up 24 points on offense. Like in the years that Ohio State has had the most success, they had Ezekiel Elliott in 2014. Obviously, we know what type of running back he was. They won the national championship. And one of the most competitive college football playoff semifinal games that I've ever seen between Ohio State and Clemson in 2019, they had J.K. Dobbins, a 2,000-yard receiver. Last year when they won the national championship, they had 2 1,000-yard rushers. What has been the one constant for Ohio State throughout that entire time span? They've had exceptional talent at the receiver position. That was always my pushback with people when I would say, hey, Ohio State lost quite a bit. It's like, yeah, but we'll be fine. We have Jeremiah Smith. It's like, you need more than that. So it depends on the team. Like for Notre Dame, for example, their biggest gap to close in terms of being able to win a national championship on offense is being able to consistently push the ball down the field. I've seen enough Notre Dame teams over the years have success in the run game, even in big games, to say that that's not my number one concern with them. So it depends on the team. Basically, I'm saying all that to say, Brian, team-wise, I agree with you. Offense specifically, I couldn't agree with your chest more than I do.
Offensively, yes. But again, there's teams that have won the title. Ohio State had some great rushing teams that didn't win the title either. I mean, that's also true. And for people in the chat, what frustrates me sometimes, Trev, is when you have these conversations, when you say, I think this is more important than that, and people take that as, oh, so you don't think running the football is important? I literally said multiple times it's important, but it's not the number one thing. This submission, as I take it, is it's the number one thing. It's the number one separator. And what I'm telling you is it's not the number one separator. Notre Dame ran the ball very well last year. Is their lack of running why they couldn't beat Ohio State in the championship game? Or is it maybe because they couldn't stop Ohio State from running the football last year in their championship game? You say Ohio State beat Notre Dame last year and they ran the ball well. What also did they do in that game? They stopped Notre Dame from running the football in that game. And that's my point is, you can say it's important, but I'm just going with the data. The data is that the teams that win championships year after year after year, with just a couple of exceptions, are teams that are elite run defenses. They're not elite rushing teams. They're elite rushing defenses. So if I have to rank the 7, 8, 9 things you need to win a championship, that's the one I'm putting at the top. Now, for Notre Dame and Ohio State and other teams, being able to run the football is in the top 3 to 4, certainly. But number one is stopping the run. And saying that does not mean I'm saying it doesn't matter if you can run the football or not. So when I see responses like that, it really drives me nuts. Because it's like, if I say this thing is this, it's not the most important thing. It's, oh, you don't think it's important? Which is not even remotely what I said. So it just annoys me when I see those responses. It's like, I'm not saying that.
Another one from With Your Chest, buy, sell, hold. For 2026, the cornerback room will reclaim ownership of the interceptions mark from the safety room. In recent seasons, for context, in 2025, the safeties had 11, the cornerback room had 9. 2024, the safety room had 11, cornerbacks had 5. In 23, safety room had 9, cornerbacks had 5. In 22, the safety room had 1, and the cornerbacks had 8 per CFBstats.com.
I'm going to sell that. I think it's still going to be the safety room. Because when the cornerback room is elite, Trev, they don't get the ball thrown at them. And that is why you see safeties make more plays. Safeties also get more chances to step in front of throws than corners do. I mean, there's been some big moments where corners get a step in front of passes, right? Like Benjamin Morrison had, you think of the one he had against BC in 2022, and they had some moments like that. You think of Jaden Mickey's pick 6 against Pitt, Christian Gray, had some plays like that, but a lot of picks that you see safeties make are stepping in front of a route. You think of last year, Don Schuler, I think all his picks were either a ball sailed or a ball he stepped in front of a route, cut a route off. You think of Tay Johnson's pick 6 against Pitt. You think of Jalen Stroman's pick 6 against Syracuse. There's usually just more opportunities for safeties to intercept passes. If you throw the ball over the head of a receiver that's being guarded by a corner, the corner ain't making the pick unless you're playing like cover 3 and it's just the worst throw on the planet. But elite coverage from a corner will result in a safety getting a pick more than it'll result in the corner getting a pick. That's just the reality of football more often than not. So that's why I'm going to say no. And also I think Tay Johnson and Don Schuler are both very good at getting to the football. And I have a hard time seeing that duo not pick more than the corners, the outside corners. Because I don't know how many teams are going to test Leonard Moore next year. They tried it this year. There were some teams that thought they were brave going after Leonard Moore this year. It didn't work out well for him.
There's a fine line between bravery and stupidity, Brian. And that's one thing that I learned when teams habitually continued to target Leonard Moore. Don't really know what that was about. There's also a world, I'm selling this, by the way. There's also a world where I would argue that I wouldn't want my cornerback to lead a team in interceptions. There's obviously outliers like this year. Leonard Moore led Notre Dame in interceptions, and he continued to be targeted for reasons that I don't fully understand. But by and large, you see it in examples in the NFL all the time. There was the year that Trayvon Diggs led the league in interceptions. he also allowed like the most touchdown receptions. Like there's a reason why cornerbacks have ample amounts of opportunities to get interceptions. It's because you also give up big plays. So there's a world where I would argue that I wouldn't want my cornerback leading a team in interceptions. Again, always outliers like this past season, but yeah, man, that's kind of how I look at this. I think safeties by and large should. Like Xavier Watts as a rookie this year had more interceptions for the Falcons than AJ Terrell, who's been in the league for quite some time. From Wade Garrett, buy, sell, hold, most improved position group in 2026 will be wide receiver, D-line, quarterback.
Quarterback. I'd go quarterback one. So I'll buy quarterbacks. I'll hold D-line and I'll sell receivers because I just think CJ Carr is going to be immensely improved. And he was pretty good last year. I think the reason I'm selling receivers is because I think the receiving core was better than people give it credit for, especially once Jaden Greathouse was out. I mean, I thought Malachi Fields was outstanding last year when he got the ball. I thought Jordan Faison had an excellent season. I thought Will Pauling got the most out of his ability. Our issue was, are you playing the right people? I don't know how much more improved that unit's going to be. And I would also say their improvement is going to be directly tied to the improvement from the quarterback. D-line, Trev, you and I will have that conversation next week. Is the D-line going to be better next year than it was this year? That's an argument that a discussion and debate that we're going to have. And I don't even know that I'd call it a debate because I think we both view it the same way. It's just saying, hey, here's why we think it could be. Here are the things that could keep it from being so. So I'm going to hold on the D-line. I'm going to sell receivers because I think receiver improvement doesn't happen without quarterback improvement, which also comes from scheme nuance.
I think that's fair. I'm the only one that I'm switching. You and I are both buying quarterback, but I'm holding wide receivers for the reason that you just talked about. I think the wide receiver position will have to, from top to bottom, for a lot of the reasons that we laid out from the portal. Like for the reasons of, Mike Brown is going to have to continue to develop. They don't have just that 6'4" gritty veteran that you can just throw it up. They have veterans in the room. I don't know if you're throwing it up whenever you're in trouble to 5'10" Jordan Faison. You might. You're going to do things differently. So I'll go quarterback one. I'll buy quarterbacks. I'll hold wide receiver. And then I'll sell D-line only for it just being the third. When we're doing a buy, sell, hold, something has to be the third. And I'll save some of my other opinions for when we talk about the D-line next week. Buy, sell, hold from the ghost of George O'Leary. Christian Gray would have been better served having played opposite other cornerbacks than Morrison and Moore, who are not elite with hand-fighting receivers.
Oh, boy. Christian Gray would have been better served having played opposite other cornerbacks than Morrison and Moore, who are not elite with hand-fighting receivers. I don't know that I even understand the question. Are you saying that Benjamin Morrison and Leonard Moore are not elite with hand-fighting receivers? Can you help me out with this one, Trev?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm going to sell it solely on the second part because I don't know if I would agree that Morrison and Moore aren't elite with hand-fighting receivers.
Okay, so you took it the same way I did. Is you're saying they're not elite with hand-fighting receivers?
Yeah.
I'm having trouble understanding the comment. If you're saying that they're not, I don't know what them not being elite hand-fighting receivers has to do with Christian Gray.
Yeah.
So no, George, I'm not disrespecting your question. I'm just not sure I'm understanding it. I think Christian Gray would have been better served if he could have played the position he's most comfortable at, which is the boundary. But that's more of my thing. But no, I think Christian Gray's fine. I mean, again, Christian Gray's problems are Christian Gray will play great for 7, 8, 9 snaps in a row and then make one big mental or technical mistake that puts himself in trouble. And if he can eliminate those, then I think he'll be an even better player.
Yeah.
Because again, Christian Gray is really good for 90+ snaps of a game. It's just those plays where he doesn't trust himself, doesn't trust what he's taught, that he gets himself in trouble. And if he can eliminate those, he'll be a really good football player. And I should say he'll be an even better football player. That's my take.
Then Biso hold the ignore thread will become the longest thread ever on the IB board.
No, I mean, that Dante Moore thread we had a couple years ago, I don't know if anything's going to touch that. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you remember off the top of your head how many pages it was?
I could look it up. Yeah, I mean, it was. Yeah, I could look it up, but it was. I'm pretty sure. I mean, it was well over 100. I'll have to look that
pages.
Thing up. Yes.
Oh,
because where's the ignore one at now? It's. I mean, it's way up there. It's got a ton of pages. Yeah, but the Dante Moore, we had like an ultimate Dante Moore thread that was super long back when he was a recruit at Notre Dame. But yeah, I'm actually trying to find that. But I mean, gosh, I think it was well over the 100 pages long. But I think I'm getting close to finding it. But anyway, Trev, what is that one at now? The ignore one at now? And what basically, for those who aren't on the board, somebody put a post up and for whatever reason didn't want to like continue the conversation or change it or whatever. So they just changed it to ignore. And then of course it just went crazy. And now it's like people are just having comments and just having fun. And it's a fun thread. I've seen a couple things from it. I haven't seen, and I don't know that one post from it has been deleted. So actually, let me find. I think it was the ultimate Dante Moore thread. I think is what it was called. Let me see if I can find it.
The ignore thread is up to 71.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Dante Moore one was over a 100. I'm pretty sure that it was, but I'll try and find it. But I don't think this one is close to that one yet. I'm pretty sure that the Dante Moore one was the longest one we've ever had. Pretty sure. All right, let's get to the next one. Okay, so here we go. This is Ghost of George O'Leary. He says Moore and Morrison are elite hand-checking receivers. Okay. I was asking if it would be better if Gray was around other coverage guys with those skills. No. I think Christian Gray's thing is if he would improve the things that he does well 9 out of 10 times, if he would do those 10 out of 10 times, he'd be a lot better. It's not 9 out of 10. 7 out of 10 times, he'd be a lot better than he is now, where he does them, he does them 7 out of 10 times. If he did them 9, 10 out of 10 times, and he'd be a lot better. Just more consistency. So thank you for clarifying that. I do appreciate it, because other people think they understood it. I just was going over my head a little bit.
I'll be real. I still don't understand it. Like, what do you mean around other coverage guys? Like around, like in the room, like on the same
other
side of
styles.
The
like then he won't be. I think he won't get targeted as much, and
okay.
and maybe he would be the boundary. Is kind of how I'm taking that. So,
gotcha. Yeah. From BK's personal chef, buy one, sell one, hold one. In an alternate universe, the following 3 players are attending Notre Dame. You must start one of them on the football roster next year, but not at the position they were originally recruited for or intended to play. Who do you take, and what new position are they playing? Randy Moss, Allen Iverson, and Luke Kuechly.
Wow. Man.
I guess.
So, but not at the position they were originally recruited for, intended to play? I mean, the only one that I would take at that would be Allen Iverson, because he's the only one that I would have put somewhere else. So, I mean, you must start one of them on the football roster next year, but not at the position they were originally recruited for, intended to play. So I'd buy Allen Iverson, I'd hold Luke Kuechly, and I'd sell Randy Moss. I don't know what else Randy Moss is going to play besides receiver. I don't think Randy Moss is going to play D1, DB. Allen Iverson could play quarterback in an option offense, running back, slot receiver, corner. He could play a lot of positions. Luke Kuechly, you could put as an edge rusher in like a 3-4 defense or, something like that. So, I mean, I think there's some things you can do with Luke Kuechly. But I don't know that there's a whole lot you're going to do with Randy Moss besides play him a receiver and have him be a star. You know what I mean? Like if you put, let's say Luke Kuechly came to Notre Dame and instead of playing next to Manti, he was playing where Kerry Neal played or Darius Fleming played. He'd still be a pretty good football player. He wouldn't have been the guy he was, but he still would have been a pretty good football player. Let's say he played where Danny Spahn played in 2012. He'd still be a heck of a football player. Allen Iverson could play 4 or 5 different positions. And for people who never saw Bubba Chuck play in high school, he was an unreal good football player at Phoebus. He was unbelievable at Phoebus. And Notre Dame recruited him to play football at Notre Dame. And there's, stories where he said that's where he wanted to go, was going to go to Notre Dame. Because they were the in program back then. There's the picture that like people like of Tupac back in the day wearing Notre Dame gear at a concert. I mean, they were one of the in programs. They weren't that way in South Florida, but in a lot of other parts of the country, they were the in program. So, yeah,
I would cheat. I would move Randy Moss to tight end and just flex him out every play.
play him like Tyler Eifert in 2012.
Yeah,
we're gonna go 11 personnel. 11 personnel. No, we're gonna go 12 personnel. He's gonna be my flex tight end. I like that, Trev. I like that. That's good.
Thanks. Gotta find a way to cheat the system a little bit.
That's real good. I dig it. We did have a buy so hold creep up from Andrew Burke.
Appreciate the super chat, Andrew. Buy so hold on who has the best year for 3 position groups: defensive line, Tion Gray, Francis Brew, and Armel Mukum; wide receiver, Jaden Greathouse, Quincy Porter, and Mylan Graham; running back, Aeneas Williams, Kedron Young, and Nolan James.
Ooh. I mean, I'm buying the wide receivers. No. I'm buying the D tackles because I think they're more proven. I'm holding the receivers because they have the most upside, but they're not proven. I mean, those 3 guys last year combined for 14 catches last year. And then I'm selling the running backs as high as I am on the running. The fact that I'm selling the running backs, Trev, and those are, 2 of those names are guys you and Vince were joking about how you were kissing up to me the other day by talking about them because of how much I love those guys as players. The fact that I have to sell that trio says a lot about how good Notre Dame's is at those other positions.
Agreed. I'm in the same order that you are.
Yeah. Trev, I'm still proud of you for how you finagled that Randy Moss one. That's very well done, dude. That's like Driscoll level cheating the buy so hold system. And I'm proud of you. I mean, I really am proud of you. That's well done.
I feel like we talk enough and we do enough shows together that at some point I was going to start catching on here. So
yeah, well, it took you long enough.
I know
it. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. That was well done. Good question, by the way, Andrew.
Getting into part 2 of the Buy Sell Hold here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. We have BK's personal chef getting us kicked off with another one. So Buy Sell Hold, assuming a new 16-team playoff is the format for next year, Buy Sell Hold that it is more likely the Big 12 gets 3 teams in than the ACC gets 2.
Sell. Sell. I mean, I would even argue, like, I think the Big 12 is going through a little bit of an upheaval this offseason. You got Chris Kleiman left, Kyle Whittingham left. You have Matt Campbell left. You're adding some talent to other teams. I think the league beats itself up a little bit more. I think that this was a unnormal down year for the ACC. If it was a 16-team playoff in 2025, this would be true. because you'd have Utah and BYU both getting in most likely, and only Miami sniffing the playoff. But if Virginia would have beat Duke, then, we're having a little bit of a different story. But next year, I think the ACC will be better, or there'll at least be two teams that you look at. I think Louisville's had a great portal offseason. I mean, Miami's, I don't think, going to go away. I'm a little concerned about what their quarterback situation is going to look like next year. But Miami's still going to be very good. I think SMU is going to have a bit of a bounce back year and be really good next year. They've got some talent coming back. Jennings is coming back. They've got some other guys coming back. And so I think the conference is going to have two. And I think the Big 12 could take a mini step back. I don't know that I would argue. I don't know that I believe Texas Tech has been productive this offseason in the portal as they were last year in the portal. Quarterback was big, but I don't know. Like, the kid from Wake Forest is not David Bailey. You know what I mean? So I'm going to sell that. I'm
selling that one as well. And then buy, sell, hold that Notre Dame has 4 or more ranked wins next year, despite what everybody is saying is some horridly, unworldly, weak schedule.
Well, I've said this before. I don't buy that the schedule is horribly bad the way people are making it out to be. But I'm also not going to sit here and try to convince you that it's a gauntlet of a schedule either. I mean, it's none of the above. It's a good schedule. It's nowhere close to a great schedule based on what we know about it. It's a schedule where you don't really have anybody other than Miami that's really on your level. But it kind of the next question, Trev, that I mean, like, what goes again, like he says 4 ranked teams, not the next question, but the beginning of the question. I think Miami will be ranked. I think BYU is going to be ranked. Now the question is, will there be 4 or more? Who else has a chance to be ranked? Does Navy have a chance to be ranked? Yes. Navy's been ranked each of the last 2 years. Does Stanford have a chance to be ranked? No. Does Syracuse have a chance to be ranked? Maybe. They had a solid portal offseason and Kenny Minchie in their schedule, but it's unlikely. BC, no. North Carolina, no. Purdue, no. Rice, no. But I do think SMU has a chance to be ranked. And then it comes down to Wisconsin or Michigan State. Maybe one of those two is able to jump in and be a top 25. So I would say I'm going to sell your first part, even though I agree with the pushback you're giving to people acting like this is just the world's softest schedule. I think that's false. I think that's a ridiculous narrative that's being established. But I think as Notre Dame fans, we can say that's a silly narrative to make, while also accepting the fact that let's not pretend this is 24 Georgia schedule, or that this is the kind of schedule Lou had to face back in the day, or that Bob Davie had to face back in the day. It's not that either. But I do think there's 3 really good top 15 caliber teams on the schedule for next year. And there's a lot of teams that are going to be fighting for bowl spots. Wisconsin, Michigan State, I think are going to be improved. But let's be honest, guys. Michigan State at home and Wisconsin on a neutral field should not be games that are overly competitive for Notre Dame. Let's not pretend like this is a vintage Wisconsin team or a Mark D'Antonio Michigan State team. They're not. But they're also still teams that have shown against good teams the last couple of years, we can give you a battle. And so I do think the schedule is going to be more challenging than people make it out to be, but it's not. You're not going to hear me be like, this is going to be a top 10 tough schedule. No. If I tell you guys that, barring the last 2 days of the portal being insane, then you can be like, okay, I think Brian's gone full homer mode. Like, he's totally sold out for full homer mode. He just told me Notre Dame's got a top 10 tough schedule next year. Dude's lost it. No, I'm not going to tell you that. But I'm also going to sit there and tell you people acting like this is a joke of a schedule are also, they have as much of a negative agenda as I would have a homer agenda if I made the argument it's top 10. Michael Park said it's 40-ish ranked. 30 to 40-ish, 45. Yeah, I'd say that's probably close to where it'll be next year. Yeah.
I'm actually going to buy this. Yeah.
Okay, wow.
I'm going to buy it. I think they could get 4 ranked wins after November.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Okay, well played. Well played.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Trev. Notre Dame is going to have a bunch of ranked wins because of the playoffs. I'll rephrase the buy, sell, hold question because you have correct. You're on fire today, gaming the system effectively. That's very well done. I'll tell you this: Notre Dame has 4 or more ranked wins next year in the regular season, despite what everybody is saying in some horridly unworldly weak schedule. My argument is I'm selling because I think there's 2 I'm confident in, and I don't know if the other 2 both will. I could see Miami, BYU, Navy, and SMU as all ranked teams next year. But I want to see what Navy does without Blake Horvath. And will they get enough respect next year with their schedule to get in? That's where I'm at. I think people in the chat have figured out what's going on here, Trev. Ever since you've put those glasses on, you've had some bangers.
I know, man. I guess I just have to wear these and get headaches a little bit more often, I suppose. But yeah, man, for the regular season, I'm selling. There's 2 that I'm confident in, Miami and BYU. To your point. The even more tricky thing is and I also count ranked wins as like where you fall at the end of the season, not where you were when you played.
Agree.
But the interesting thing is if Notre Dame is going to get to 4 ranked wins, it will be after Notre Dame played them. Like if Michigan State ends up ranked, they're not going to be ranked in the preseason early enough to then play Notre Dame as a ranked team. So yeah, I'm going to sell.
And we're on the same page there, Trev. I'm looking at end of the season rankings.
Yes.
Because we're not going to talk about Wisconsin if we're talking about ranked wins. There's no way they're going to be ranked at the beginning of the season.
No.
It's at the end. Yep. There we go. All right.
From Rabid Wombats, buy, sell, hold. College football will adopt the current NFL kickoff rules, and buy, sell, hold. You want that to happen? Oh gosh.
I want to get your thoughts on this, Trev.
No, I'm selling it because I don't want that to happen in the slightest.
Okay.
And I'm also selling that they're going to adopt the current NFL kickoff rules.
Okay.
College football has not shown the same level initiative to make as much vast adjustments to the game as the NFL. There's a lot of rules in the NFL, man, that are super convoluted. And the most convoluted one in college football is the targeting rule, just because not the spirit of the penalty, but for how it gets called, for it could depend. It could be this, but it wouldn't be this if that occurs. So no, I don't think that they're going to. The overall safety initiative push in college football is not as strong as what it is in the NFL. So I'm selling that they're going to adopt it, and I'm also selling that I want it to happen.
I will say this. I am intrigued by the rule, and I'm very curious to kind of see where it goes. I'll give you a little bit of data. When did the rule get enacted? Was it the 24 season?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to go back to 2014. These are the number of 1,000-yard kick returners that were in the NFL. 1,900. There were 5. 1,000, 5 total. In 2015, there was 2,000s and no 900s. In 2016, there were no 900s or 1,000s. Now, if you could do me a favor, Trev, is look up real quick what year they went to 17 games, because I want to take a peek at that. But these are things that I'm kind of looking at here real quick. 2017
games. They went to 17 games in 2021.
2021. Okay, that's very helpful. 2017, nobody at 1,000, 2 at 900. In 2018, 2 at 1,000, none at 900. Only 3 were over 800. 2019, you said it was 2021. 2019, only 2 teams over 800. Nobody got higher than 925. Individual players. 2020, 1 over 1,000, 1 over 900. 2021, when they went to 17 games, 1 over 1,000, 1 over 900. 2022, when they went to 1,000, when they went to 17 games, 1 over 1,000, 1 over 900, nobody else over 1,800. 2023, no one even got to 790. 2024, they make the change. There's only one team over 900, only one team over 800. 2025 regular season, when teams started to kind of figure this thing out, 5 teams in over 1,000, 3 more went over 900, and 4 more went over 800. So I like the idea of trying to do things to make the return game back to being a factor in the sport. I don't know that I'm ready to adopt the NFL model yet because I don't really watch it enough or study it enough, but I do think I like what the NFL is trying to do. And I think we've seen it, it's benefited the game because there are more returns now. And I do think returns are an exciting part of the game. Is that the best model? That's debatable. I think we could look at things and say, do we want to move kickoffs back 5 yards in college football? Because it's just too easy to kick it out of the end zone now. We'll see. But I would like for college football to consider making some changes. I'm not ready to say that I buy the NFL rule just yet. And to your point, Trev, I do think you're correct. The NCAA is very slow to make changes to those type of things to improve the game. It's all related to injury stuff. And I don't know that there's a thirst for more change. They've done things to change it, like you can't do wedge blocks anymore. You can't have wedge busters anymore, cut block. There's a lot of things like that, but I don't know that they're going to make that kind of change. And I don't watch a ton of NFL for me to say, okay, I've studied it, and I think this could really work in the NFL. That's where I'm at.
Fair enough. Buy, sell, hold from Rabid Wombats. With IU having so much success, they will create a significant new challenge in recruiting for Notre Dame in the upcoming years.
I buy that. Again, I think this is a much better way of saying it at the beginning. Indiana is going to be more of a force in the recruiting trail in the portal and high school than they have ever been. I still don't think they beat Notre Dame more often than not on the recruiting trail. But I think it is they're a bigger factor. A, because of their success. B, because their coaches can recruit. And C, they have money. With Mark Cuban giving them money. So I will buy that. And anyone saying that they're not a threat to Notre Dame is fooling themselves, to be honest with you, and still thinking like this is 10 years ago. If they have money and on-field success and start putting guys in the NFL, you don't think that if Indiana has the number 1 overall draft pick and another first rounder or two and some second, you don't think that's going to impact kids wanting to go to Indiana? Of course it will. So they'll be a threat, but threat doesn't mean you're going to win most of the battles. The threat means we have to battle against you now, where we never battled against you before. Notre Dame has been killing Michigan on the recruiting trail the last few years. They're still a threat. You still have to go against them a lot. You never win against Indiana. You're going to have to go against Indiana all the time now. I still think Notre Dame wins most of those battles, but they're still a threat. Notre Dame destroyed Penn State on the recruiting trail this year. Were they still considered a threat? Yeah, of course they were still considered a threat because you had to beat them. Name me a kid that Indiana was a finalist for this year that Notre Dame got. Name me a kid that Indiana got in the high school recruiting the last couple of years that Notre Dame wanted. Like, that's going to be different, even if Notre Dame still wins most of the battles. Because Indiana is slowly starting to do more with Curt Cignetti in high school recruiting. They are. I mean, they're not to the point where it's like, oh my gosh, look, they're the number 5 class in the country. But they were the number, if you go look at On3, Indiana this year ranked 34th in recruiting. They signed 22 kids. You go back and look at the first class before Curt Cignetti got here. Let me just pull this up real quick. His first full class was 49th. They signed 23 kids. And then let's see here. The year before he arrived, that class that was signed ranked 66th. So he kind of finished that class off. And then the 23 recruiting class that was well before him, finished 68th. I mean, so they've gone from 60s to 30s already. That's a clear trajectory upward, and that was with them going to the playoffs, getting smacked in the first round last year. Now that they've made a run to the title game, even if they lose, that's going to have an impact. So we can acknowledge that they're not Ohio State threat, but we can't ignore the reality. Like if Notre Dame starts saying, "Oh, that kid's visiting Anna," screw that, we're not worried about that. Then they're going to find themselves getting burned. So they're a threat. Does that mean that they're going to beat Notre Dame more often than not? No. But they're a threat. You're going to see Indiana's name listed with top kids a lot more than you have in the past. There's no doubt about it. No doubt
Agreed.
about it.
I'm buying both. I buy transfer portal more than high school recruiting.
Agree.
But a threat for both, nonetheless. And I know this is not what you're saying. In general, they went from 60 to 30, rough numbers here, in high school recruiting rankings. That's a 30-spot difference, and that is absolutely impressive. That also does not mean that from next year, or from this year to next year, then they also jump 30 spots. Because,
Right.
in that range, you're competing against like Rutgers, you're competing against Northwestern, you're competing against Wake Forest for some of those spots. Once you start to move up into the top 20s, now you're going against Florida State. Now you're going up against Florida. Now you're going up against the Notre Dames, the Ohio. So it will start to plateau. But to Brian's point, that doesn't make it not a challenge.
Yeah, they're 17th right now in 27. They've got 2 4-star kids already. So, like you said, Trev, you're absolutely spot on. It will not be – they're going to be battling to be in the top 10 next year. They're not going to be battling to be number 1 like Notre Dame was.
Right.
You are absolutely correct. Trev's on fire.
It's the glasses, man. It's the glasses.
This goes to the next page, Trev. So there's 3, but I couldn't fit them all 3 on this page. So just keep that in mind when you're going through these.
Right on. Got one from Ballpeen Shillelagh. Buy, sell, hold each of the following. So we'll go knock these out one at a time. So buy, sell, hold. You would buy that the best football state right now is Indiana.
If you're going to look at the top talent, sure. The 2 top teams, I mean, you could argue 2 of the 5 best teams in college football this year were in Indiana, yes. Notre Dame and Indiana. Indiana will have had a team play for the title each of the last 2 years, and it was a different team. That's one way of looking at it. So I can buy it in that regard. But then the other way of looking at it is, okay, the number 3 team is Purdue, and the number 4 team is what? Ball State, where Texas can't compete with the 1-2 that Notre Dame has, but they had Texas Tech, they had Texas, they had TCU, they had Baylor, they had Houston. There was a lot, SMU. There was a lot more good teams, even though none of those teams are necessarily as good as Notre Dame's or Indiana's top 2 teams. So it just depends on how you look at it. It's kind of like comparing the SEC versus the Big Ten. Top 3 teams, the Big Ten blows everybody else away. Top 9, 10 teams, the SEC is going to win a lot of those games if we're having equal matchups. Number S4 for the SEC against number 4 for the Big Ten. Number 5 versus number 5, number 6 versus number 6. That's kind of how I look at it. So it depends on what you're looking for. As far as the top, though, there's no state right now that has 2 teams as good as the 2 teams that Indiana has produced these last 2 years.
Yeah, 100%. I'm buying this as well for the same reason why I think that the Big Ten is the best conference in college football right now, because there's a chance that the national championship goes back to the Big Ten for the 3rd straight year. But the SEC is the deeper conference. So it's like Texas is the deeper state, like you said. Agreed completely.
Yep.
And the buy, sell, hold, you would hold that Mike Mickens is in over his head being
Mike
Notre
Martin.
Dame's GM. Mike Martin. What name did I say?
Mickens.
It's
all good, bro. I've called Francisco Mendoza 75 times this year. And I am being a bit funny calling him Francisco Mendoza now, but I said it wrong a lot. I have gotten Blake, I almost did again, Blake Baker's name wrong more than I've gotten it right. Did he stay at LSU, by the way?
I think so. I think Lane Kiffin retained him.
Okay. Because I remember he was a finalist for like the two, or he interviewed for the Tulane job for a second. And so, yeah, I was curious about that one. I was very curious about that one. All right. Let's go to the third one. Actually, I didn't answer that one. I'm gonna sell that I would hold that one, because I would sell that one. Having a bad plan and having a rough adjustment going from NFL to college does not make you in over your head. It makes you unprepared for a new experience. When you're in over your head, Derek Dooley was in over his head at Tennessee, which means he never recovered. Like, yeah, he learned his lessons and had no ability to find answers. Mike Martin and his staff did not do well at the start of the portal process. That's not debatable. Anyone telling you anything different is either spinning to you, doesn't know what's going on, or just not being honest with you. They did not intentionally not get anyone right out of the gate. I'm just telling you that. But if he was in over his head, that would have continued the entire time. They would not have rebounded quickly and finished with an outstanding portal class if he was in over his head. It's no different than a coach going into a game, and every great coach has had this happen. You go in with what you think is a good game plan, and in the first quarter, you get your face kicked in because your game plan sucked, or they have a better plan for you. So what do? You adjust, and you finish well. Does that mean I was in over my head in the first quarter, first half? No. It means we thought this was going to work. We weren't prepared for them bringing a lot of weak side fires that, we're used to them blitzing away from our running back. They started blitzing to our running back, overloads, to our running back off. They brought an outside blitz to our running back, but then brought a twist backside, knowing we'd slide our protection this way, knowing we'd outnumber them this way. We weren't prepared for that. We hadn't seen that on film. Does that mean I'm in over my head? No, it means we didn't prepare for something. And then we adjust. We start picking it up. Our QB starts hitting big plays down the field, and we end up winning by 10. I wasn't in over my head. I was unprepared. If I was in over my head, that would have continued for 4 quarters, and I would have had no answers. And that's why I say I sell that, because I think he was unprepared going into a process for the first time, thinking it was going to be like the NFL, and it was going to be like the lessons he learned from high school recruiting. And in reality, it's like neither of those things. But he adjusted quickly, and look how they finished. So I think we need to be able to say, hey, man, bro, not good. Why did if I'm Marcus Freeman, what caused this rough start? Like, don't give me the spin. What caused it? Because Marcus Freeman knows what went wrong. How do we fix it? Well, here's how we fixed it, coach. And then how are we going to be better prepared next time? This is what we're going to do, coach. And then we're going to rock and roll and say, cool, then let's do that. Because once you guys got rolling, this thing was cooking. But let's make sure we apply those lessons moving forward. That's what you do. That's what Marcus Freeman did as a head coach. Remember how many times people said Marcus Freeman was in over his head in year 1 in 2022? Remember that? But he rebounded because he wasn't in over his head. He was going through things he'd never gone through before because he was the first-time head football coach. You learn from him and move on. If you don't learn from him, then you're in over your head. You're unprepared. Like, I don't have any answers. It's like that scene from Miracle. He doesn't know what to do. The Russians had never been losing before. He didn't know what to do. That's when you're like, dude, he's in over his head for this moment. And I would say that's not true for what Mike Martin experienced in this process.
Agreed. I mean, it's his first year. There's very few scenarios in the football world that I can think of off the top of my head where I can look at somebody in their first year was just in over their head. And that doesn't necessarily mean bad. Like Pete Carroll went back to the NFL this year to coach the Raiders. He wasn't in over his head. That was just a horribly ran organization. And the only time I can think of somebody being in over, like off the top of my head, like Urban Meyer going to the Jags. He was in over his head with that job. Dude went 2-11 and didn't finish the season. Like, it's just, sometimes you have that. I don't file Mike Martin in that category. He had a strong finish. It was his first year. And again, this was the first year anybody had to go and navigate in this landscape a one-time portal window. Hopefully you learn from it.
Yep. Somebody in the chat said, some of these buy-sell holes were written before they got Brew, and I'm like, yes, you are correct. Some of them absolutely were, and some of them it didn't include because they were not relevant anymore. They were asking about Brew and things like that. But yeah, you could tell. As I keep saying, what a difference a couple days makes.
Oh yeah. And then another one from Ballpeen: buy, sell, hold. You would sell that the SEC schedule of beating up each other has a legitimate negative impact on SEC teams' performance in the playoffs and bowl season.
Yeah, I'd sell that. So I buy. So technically I'm buying this, right? I'm buying that he's saying I would sell. the SEC schedule of beating up on each other has a legitimate negative impact on SEC teams' performance in the playoffs and bowl season. I would buy that. Yes. Very well done.
It's well worded, Ball Bean. I'll be honest. For as much fun as I poke at the SEC, like this one, I'll be honest. I have trouble answering this one. Like, I don't know if I would fully sell it, but I'm not going to buy it. But I don't think this is a question that you can hold. Like, do I think that what Georgia went through in 2024 had more of a negative impact on them on the postseason than what Penn State faced in the regular season of 2024 had on them? I do. I think Georgia had more of a negative impact. But what I can't buy is, the reason that Vanderbilt lost to Iowa was because of a rigorous schedule. Like, that's what's so hard about that. So, like, by and large, I guess I would buy that I would sell this, but
here's why I think you are buying it. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you because they do the blanket, the SEC. Because my point is, you'd be correct about Georgia. You would not be correct if you use this reasoning for Texas A&M.
Right.
Or Tennessee, or you know what I mean? Like some of these teams, like Vanderbilt, I don't buy that. With Georgia, if they'd have gone like 9-3, 8-4, you'd have been like, dude, I kind of understand, right? I mean, you can maybe make the case that Georgia was they had to play Bama twice, they had to play Ole Miss, they had to play Texas, and okay, yeah, that maybe took a lot out of them, but that's not true for most of the SEC. There are Big 12 teams that you could argue. Like I will say this about BYU. I think part of the reason BYU didn't look great down the stretch is because they had played so many tough games. And I mean, they played more teams with a winning record this year than Notre Dame or Alabama or Oklahoma. They played 6 teams in the regular season that had winning records. I mean, we look back and we forget, that they played an East Carolina team on the road that went to a bowl game and beat Pitt. That team won 9 games, and they beat them 34-13. They had to go on the road and play Arizona. Nobody talks about that. Arizona finished the regular season ranked at 9-3 and then lost a bowl game to SMU. They had to play Utah, who won, I think, 10 games this year, correct? Didn't they finish 10-3 when they beat Nebraska in a bowl? Oh, no, 11-2, I'm sorry. And beat them. They had to play an Iowa State team that I believe won 7 or 8 games. Yeah, they were 8-4 and turned down a bowl game. They had to play Texas Tech twice. They had to play a TCU team that won 9 games this year. They had to play a Cincinnati team that I think won 8 or 9, went 7-6. They lost their last 5 to go 7-6. And then play Georgia Tech in a bowl game. Like, that's the kind of schedule. Like, dude, I get why that team maybe wore down late in the year and wasn't as good in the Big 12 title game. There aren't many teams in the Big 12 that had that kind of schedule.
Right.
There aren't many teams in the SEC that had that kind of schedule. Because of how big the conferences have gotten, this notion no longer holds up for anyone as a conference. There are teams, however, within a conference that can make that case. Wisconsin can look at their schedule and say, that wasn't fair. Ohio State cannot. Indiana cannot. Iowa can. And it's like Iowa seemed like they got every good team in the Big Ten this year. You know what I mean? It was just like, dude, you had to play. Hold on a second, Iowa. Give me a second. Iowa had to play, and we're going to go preseason top teams. They had to play Indiana, Penn State, Oregon, and USC. The only one they missed was Ohio State. Like, yeah, they can say, man, we kind of got worn down late in the year because of that schedule.
Yeah.
If we didn't have to play in the last 6 games of the year with, Penn State, Minnesota, Oregon, USC, maybe we're a little bit fresher when we play Michigan State and win by more than 3 points, I just don't think it's true for the league where it used to be. If you were in the SEC West 3 years ago, you were going to play a gauntlet.
Yeah.
And I'd give you that. If you were in the SEC East back in the 90s when it was like Florida and Tennessee and Georgia, it's like, oh, yeah, that's a pretty tough league. It's not that case anymore. And that's why I say you can't make that argument, that blanket argument for the SEC. Are there teams in the SEC that have that? Yes, there are. Does Virginia go 10-2 this year if they have NC State's schedule? If they have Miami's schedule? Maybe not. Maybe not.
It's a good point. Definitely case by case.
Right. And that's why I say the blanket statement is the thing that I'm selling now.
Yeah. From Glasgow Irish, buy, sell, hold. The defensive line play will improve with a more experienced position coach at that position.
Hold. I mean, I want to see Charlie Partridge coach a practice first. But I don't think if the D line is better this year, I don't know that it's like, well, it's just because they have a better coach. Could be. If the defensive line's better this year, I think it's going to be more so about the talent than anything else. Like, if the D line takes a jump this year, we can say, great job, Charlie Partridge. But what we can't say is that would not have happened if Al Washington was still the coach, because we've seen the D line get better every year under Al Washington as well. It's really about the talent and maximizing the talent. That's where I'm at on that, Trev. Same. And so it's not even about, well, they're better because of this. It's just, look, I want Charlie Partridge to do the best job he can, because I know if he does that, he'll do a great job.
Yeah.
Without it turning into he's better than Al Washington. It's irrelevant at this point in time.
Agreed. They're just going to get better because it's year 3 of Bryce Young. This is going to be Boubacar's third year, not consecutively, but third year in college healthy. They're going to be better because, you did add highly talented depth, not just because Al Washington is now coaching linebackers. I'm with you. Now, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will have a running back rush for 1,000 yards.
I will buy that, because I think in order to get to 1,000 yards this year, a Notre Dame running back only has to average 66.7 yards per game. And getting to 1,000 yards in 15 games is not going to be that challenging, because you got the 12 games in the regular season, then you get a bye, then you play the quarters, the semis, and the championship game. You only got to average 66.7 yards, so I'll buy that.
There we go.
I'm all in today, buddy. I'm all in. If your question, in all seriousness, I buy it, because I do think Notre Dame's going to play 15 games next year. Whether it's not maybe 11-1 in the regular season and you're the 5 seed and then you've got to get to the semis and you get beat, or what I think is more likely, which is you're one of the top 4 teams, you get a bye, and then you go. If they expand to 16 next year, it's a no-brainer for me, because then they'll play 16 games. So it's more so, if you were to say, okay, they'll have one in the regular season, then my answer would be sell. Definitely a sell.
Yep. Same exact page.
Yeah. Because that average for 15, Trev, it's only 800 yards in the regular season.
Yep. And that's where I think that they'll be. Like, the top rusher will have that. So I'm with you.
Somebody, the chat's having some fun today, man. Somebody said that we'll see Driscoll's raising his game due to Trevor's glasses. I love it. They're having some fun.
I'm kind of afraid to see what happens if I take these bad boys off.
And Trev starts calling me by the wrong name.
Yeah,
he'll say
listen
Notre
here,
Dame. Yeah, Notre Dame. Yeah, it'll be bad.
We got a sell hold buy from.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We have a buh, a busa. What's BSH mean? I don't even know what that means. Busa. I don't get it.
Buy, sell, hold, while I still have these glasses on. Notre Dame and Miami will be both undefeated in November, and the winner will go to number 1 in the rankings.
I'm going to sell this. Looking at Miami's 2026 schedule, I have a hard time. I have a hard time seeing Miami undefeated. Look, let's say Miami wins the national title this year. They still lost at home to Louisville and at SMU in the regular season. What's to say that they're going to, and if they win the title, basically any kid that is even remotely getting a day 1, day 2 draft pick is going to go. But I don't know what their schedule is going to be like. They've got to play at Clemson next year. They have to play Pitt next year. And then, teams like Florida State, teams like Pitt, Duke, Virginia Tech at home with James Franklin and all the talent he's adding. Are those teams able to do to Miami what Louisville and SMU did? Yes. But I don't know when those games are going to. Maybe their Clemson, Florida State, and Virginia Tech games are all after they play Notre Dame. because their ACC slate has not been set yet. Right now for Miami, we only know of when 3 games are going to be played. Florida A&M on the 12th, Central Michigan on the 26th of September, and Notre Dame on November 7th. But I will say this, I'm pretty confident Miami will be in the top 10. Because I don't see them losing, like, depending on what they do, maybe they only lose 1 game. But I don't see them being undefeated. I don't see this being a number 1 versus number 2 game.
No, I don't think so either. I'm selling this as well for the reasons you laid out. From BK's last brain cell, buy, sell, hold, the defensive tackles will account for 12 plus sacks next season.
So, what they do this year, Trev? Actually, let's look at what I don't know like that any of the guys that Notre Dame is going to have at D tackle are Riley Mills from a style of play standpoint. I don't see that. This year you had 1.5 from Onye, 1 from Heinisch, 1 from Elijah Hughes, and 1/2 from Cole. Jared Dawson has, so that's what, 4.5, 5. You had 5 this year. In 24, you had 7.5 from Riley, 4.5 from Donovan, 4 from Howard Cross. So, like, 24, I mean, your top 3 sackers were tackles. But I don't know that any of those guys are, like, Francis Brew may look body type wise like Donovan Heinisch. He doesn't play like Donovan Heinisch. He's a much more powerful player. I don't think, even if he learns and gets coached up to be a better pass rusher, I don't see Tion Gray having 4 or 5 sacks next year. I think I'll tell you whose breakout is going to determine if this is the case or not. It's going to be 2 guys. 2 of 3 guys will have to break out because then they'll be impactful on third down. And those 2 or 3 guys are going to be 2 of Armel Mukam, Cole Mullins, and Chris Burgess. Because here's the thing, Trev, with the way this unit is being built, this defensive line as a whole, you're going to have a lot of third down snaps, in my opinion, with an end inside. And so all those 12 sacks are going to have to come on first and second down. Because the difference in 2024 is you had Riley and Donovan and Howard on the field on third down a lot. Not all 3 of them, but usually 2 of them oftentimes were on the field together on third down. That wasn't the case this past year, and I don't know that it'll be the case next year. I care more about like run stops and pressures and things like that. I don't anticipate this D tackle group being a bunch of sack guys. I think they're going to be a bunch of collapse the pocket, push the line back into the arms of Boubacar or Bryce or Keon or KVA or Jalen Sneed or guys like that. That's where I'm at.
Absolutely. I mean, because in 2024, you didn't have the edge rushing potential that you had on this team. Not after Boubacar got hurt, unfortunately. So I'm with you there. A buy, sell, hold again from BK's last brain cell. Christian Gray will play 25% of the snaps in the slot next season.
I'll buy that as a possibility.
From BK's last brain cell, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will produce 2 first-team All-Americans on the offensive line.
Next season, I'm going to sell that. I mean, look, man, there's 3-4 guys who have All-American potential. I mean, if Ashton Craig comes back and he's healthy to start the season and then stays healthy, he's got that potential. Anthony Knapp has that potential, especially if he moves inside. Jagasol's got that potential. Gerby's got that potential. But there's a long way from where they are now to that. And I need to see, number one, is Knapp going to be healthy? Is Jagasol going to be healthy? Where's Knapp going to play? I don't even know necessarily where Gerby's going to play. Is he going to stay at guard? Is he going to move to tackle? I really don't know. So I just need to see how this unit shakes out first before I can comfortably say that. I'll give you this, though, BK's last brains. I'm going to sell it because I'm in show me mode with the offensive line. And can Joe Rudolph get the most out of the offensive lineman? The talent's certainly there. But if Joe Rudolph is really good in 2026, then I'll buy this. But he's got to show me that first.
I think that's extremely fair. I think that's very fair. I think they're going to have 2 All-Americans on the offensive line. I don't know if they're both going to be first team, and there's a good chance if Will Black starts, he's going to be on the freshman All-American team. So do I think big picture they'll have 2 All-Americans on the offensive line? I do. I don't think they're going to be 2 first teams, though. I'm with you.
Agree.
And then buy, sell, hold. Indiana will lose at minimum 2 regular season games in 2026.
So let's look at their schedule real quick, Trev. In 2026, Indiana plays North Texas. That's a win. Howard, that's a win. Western Kentucky, that's a win. They have home games that I believe are wins against Minnesota, Northwestern, Purdue. Road game at Rutgers is a win. So that's 7. So now we're getting to, they have a home game against Ohio State, a home game against USC, at Michigan, at Nebraska, at Washington. So do they go 4-1 against that schedule? I don't think that they do. I think their schedule next year is going to be much tougher than it was this year. And they do lose a lot from this year's team. So he said minimum 2. I could see Indiana being a 10-2 team next year, being a really good team, maybe a playoff team at that point in time, but still losing 2. Because if you go 3-2 against that, if you go 3-2 against the schedule that includes Ohio State, USC, at Michigan, at Nebraska, I shouldn't even say at Nebraska, they're terrible. You go 2-2 against Ohio State, USC, Michigan, and Washington on the road next year, with the last 2 being on the road. That's a borderline playoff resume. It depends on what do the other resumes look like. If the season looks like 24, that's got them in. If the season looks like 25, it may be a little bit tougher to get in with that resume, but they're still in the conversation.
Agreed.
So 2, I'll buy that.
Yep, I'm buying that as well. Unfortunately, FanDuel doesn't have the over-unders out yet for like win totals for them. They only have 2 teams out right now. It's Virginia Tech and LSU. But I could see them putting Indiana's over-under at like 9.5. So it toes in line with this question for sure.
Couple quick super chats before we move into part 3 of the Buy Sell Hold today, Trev. But we have a super chat here from Chai Sox 0709.
Appreciate the super chat. Buy, sell, hold. IU and Notre Dame are football rivals. If not now, then in the near future.
Go ahead, Trev. Go ahead.
I'm going to have to sell that. It'd be more rivals from like storylines, like not playing on the field. They're set to play like once or twice in the next like 8 years.
Yeah, and that's like I think 2030-ish.
Yeah.
And that's assuming Indiana doesn't cancel that game like they've canceled every other decent team that they play in the non-conference.
Agreed. Like, I'm selling this. You have to play on the field to be rivals, just not proximity. You know what I mean? So that's a sell.
Mm-hmm. Agree. Yeah. There'll be a rivalry like Penn State's a rival. There's some recruiting battles. There's some games from the past. They might play each other in the playoffs, but it won't be like Ohio State and Notre Dame. It won't be like Clemson, Notre Dame. We're like, dude, this is a budding rivalry. I want to see these teams play more in the regular season. I don't think that, because I don't think Indiana would want any part of that. And that's not to say that they'd be afraid of Notre Dame. It's just very clear that their model for building a team is a bunch of 3 non-conference soft games.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed. From Charlie Weiss, last belt loop. Appreciate the super chat. Gents, I must say I'm very impressed what Notre Dame has done with the portal. I honestly believe Notre Dame can win it all if everyone does their jobs on the roster.
Agree.
Heard that. And super chat from Patrick S. Duffy. Appreciate you, Patrick. Win or lose, Curt Cignetti becomes the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, his hometown team.
Sell. I don't know that the Steelers would have any interest in Curt Cignetti or not. When I say I don't know, I mean I have no clue. I don't follow the NFL like that. I don't pay attention to who they have. Once I saw the Marcus Freeman was coming back, I stopped caring about all these NFL open jobs. I did. The one thing I will say is the Steelers' history, and the Rooneys still run the Steelers. Their history is when they make a hire, they intend for that to be a long-term hire. I mean, Bill Cowher was on the younger side. Mike Tomlin was in his mid-30s when he got hired as the head coach, right? And then Chuck Noll took over the Pittsburgh Steelers in 1969. He was 37 years old. I'm actually going to go look real quick. I think Bill Cowher might have been the oldest of them. He was born in 57, and he took over the Steelers in 1992. Actually, that would make him also in his 30s, right? 1992 minus 1957. Yeah, he was 35. Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, and Mike Tomlin were all in their 30s because the Steelers have this belief if we hire a coach, he's meant to be the face of our program, our organization for a long time. And I don't think you're going to do that when you hire someone in his 60s. I don't see it. They'd have to go against what they have always done and believed in. So that would surprise me.
Right.
That would really surprise me.
Same here.
Storyline, it would make a lot of sense, but I just don't think. I think Kurt Sinnett would actually do well in the NFL. I do. Yeah. I think he'd do well in the NFL for a short period of time because he looks gruff, but you don't see him getting in players screaming at him the way that Brian Kelly did. They don't practice very long. You know, they're let's get to work. Let's be efficient. Let's get things done and let's go. So I think his style would fit well, honestly. But I just don't see the Steelers being a team that's going to look at a 64-year-old. Like, think about that. Somebody in the chat said that 3 coaches since 1969.
It's wild.
Yeah.
Like, that is greatness at that level. I mean, from organization standards, that's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, and it's also just like, don't be dumb. You know, I mean, like, look, a coach has a down year or two. How about you give him the kind of team to rebuild as opposed to just firing the guy? I mean, like Chuck Noll went 1-13, 5-9, and 6-8 in his first 3 years. If they hired a coach today and he did that over the next 3 years, 9 out of 10 teams in the NFL would fire that guy before year 4. And then in year 4, they went to the AFC Championship game. Year 5, they were in the divisional round. Year 6, they won a Super Bowl. Year 7, they won a Super Bowl. Year 10, they won a Super Bowl. Year 11, they won a Super Bowl. And then also played it in an AFC Championship game. In today's game, Chuck Noll never gets a chance to get to the Super Bowl in year 6 if he's 12-30 in his first 3 years.
I mean, shoot, by these standards, I don't know if he gets the opportunity to rebound in year 2.
Yeah.
I mean,
look, Bill Cowher in his first 6 years won 11 games, 9 games, 12, 11, 10, and 11 games, right? Good start. Then the next 3 years, he went 7-9, 6-10, 9-7. There's no way he stays around for 01 when they turned it around again, 13-3, 10-5. Then they went 6-10, 15-1, 11-5. I have joked in the past about how just ridiculous Pittsburgh fans are. I lived in Pittsburgh in 03 when they went 6-10. And I'm going to tell you, every day people calling in, Cowher's got to go. You know, I mean, he's gone. He's done. If he hasn't done it by now, 2 years later, he wins the Super Bowl. A year after that, they went 15-1. I can't tell you. I don't know if a day went by where somebody didn't call into one of those shows and be like, you got to fire Bill Cowher. You know what I mean? You just
fair.
The Yinzers weren't happy with Bill Cowher back in 03. And he wouldn't have stayed around. In today's game, he would not have stayed around. Just wouldn't have. There's just no way he would have stayed around. The only guy that got off to a good start, I believe, was Tomlin. Didn't he win a Super Bowl like kind of quickly? Or second year he won the Super Bowl. And I saw this the other day, and I was like, "There's no way that's accurate." Did you know that Mike Tomlin in 19 years never coached a team with a losing record?
Yep,
that is wild.
Yeah,
in the modern NFL. I mean, they've had some 8-8 years, and but still, never had a losing record. That's nuts.
It is, man.
That's nuts. So he's the exception to the rule. Chuck Noll and Bill Cowher never would have got a chance to get to their Super Bowl teams in the modern era. And I think the Steelers still want to be like that, and that's why they don't want to hire an older guy.
Makes sense. Getting into part 3 of the buy, sell, hold here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. Son of Donald getting us kicked off here. So buy, sell, hold. Even though Josh Burnham was awesome, my favorite edge, Keon Keeley has more upside and will be an upgrade for Notre Dame.
I will buy the upside. I'm going to hold on the upgrade part. Number one, Josh Burnham, when given the opportunity to play, was really good last year, but Josh Burnham made a lot of money plays for Notre Dame's last 2 years. Like, it's easy for us to look at Keon's 5-star recruiting ranking and all this let's not forget Josh Burnham was a top 100 recruit coming out of high school. He is not some 3-star tryhard kid. Josh Burnham's a dude. And now I think Keon has more pass rushing potential, but Josh Burnham was an outstanding player the last 2 years for Notre Dame. I just want Keon to be even as good and stay healthy. If he's just as good, that's huge. But I need to see that first. I'll be shocked. Now, in 27, he might be better than what Josh has ever been. But I'd be a little surprised by that. And does he have the potential to be? Sure. But Josh Burnham is 6'4", long arms, athletic. And let's not forget, Josh has spent the last 3 years learning how to even play defensive line. Like, that's why I was so bummed he left, because I think his best year was going to be next year. Like, I don't think Josh Burnham is what he is. I would have loved to have seen Josh Burnham, kind of learn that advanced pass rushing repertoire under Charlie Partridge. That'd have been amazing. So that was I'm going to hold on that. Is it possible? Sure. Am I betting even $1 on it right now? No. Maybe by 27.
Biso Hold, Notre Dame's best portal pickup is actually not a pickup. It's the return of Armel Mukam.
I'm also going to sell that. I think it was important. I don't know that I'm going to say it was the most important. Francis Brew is more important, because the one thing about Francis Brew is he's at least knows what we know what he can do. Armel might end up being the biggest. Like, son of Donald, in 2 years, we may look back and be like, yo, keeping Armel was the best thing that happened to Notre Dame in that portal. That may be true, but I can't say that that's the truth today, because he doesn't have the proven production that some other guys have.
Agreed completely. Armel Mukam played south of 100 snaps last year, and Francis Brew played almost 500. He played 480 something last year. I'm with you.
He was over 400. Gray was at 232. I think it was 44, 232 is where they. And then DJ McKinney's a 3-year starter.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Yeah. All right, let's get to this one.
Another one from Son of Donald. Biso Hold, the best defensive tackle Notre Dame has signed or is trending towards, as in who is the best? Armel Mukam, Francis Brew, Tion Gray.
As of today, buy Francis Brew, hold Tion Gray, and then sell Armel Mukam for exactly what we just said. That's the order of talent plus proven production.
Yep.
Upside-wise, I'd probably flip that.
From Black Irish 864, our guy Christopher Galloway, buy, sell, hold with 47 players between the age of 22 and 25 leaving this season or the next. Indiana will return to a middle-of-the-pack team in the Big Ten.
I'm going to sell that.
Yeah, I understand the age thing that a lot of people bring up, and as valid as I do think that it is in certain cases, I don't think with Curt Cignetti at the helm they become a middle-of-the-pack Big Ten team. Look, a middle-of-the-pack Big Ten team is like a 7-5 team, in my opinion, in the Big Ten. And that I think the floor with Indiana and Curt Cignetti is a minimum 8-win season. I just don't think that that's going to be them. I don't. Now, I'll say this. I'm curious to see what they look like without the foundation of their team, because the foundation of their team this year was still the guys they brought with them from JMU and the G5 level. I will be interested to see that now Indiana is going to look more like the common transfer portal team. They're going to have a guy from Michigan State and a guy from Notre Dame and a guy from TCU and a guy from here and a guy from there. It's not they have 11 guys from James Madison and then filter in other spots as needed. I think that's going to be interesting. That being said, I still don't think that makes them middle of the pack. I think they're still going to be top 4 in the Big Ten next year.
Yep, 4 to 5 at the lowest. And look, with the youth thing, they do have 17 guys committed. I mean, I think Joe Bruner, the kid they just got from Wisconsin, the 6'5", 317-pound guard from Wisconsin, I think was an honorable mention, all Big Ten guy. They got AJ Harris from Penn State, who's going to be a senior, fifth-year senior next year. Shaz Preston, the receiver they got from Tulane, who started at LSU. He's a senior, fifth-year senior guy. They got Josh Burnham from Notre Dame will be a fifth-year senior. They got Turbo Richard, who I think will be a senior next year as well. Jaquan Sanks, the kid they got from Cincinnati's a veteran kid. Josh Hoover's a veteran kid. Toby Osunsanmi, the defensive end from Kansas State, I believe is a senior, fifth-year senior. Nick Marsh is going to be a junior. So they're bringing in a lot of older kids as well. And then they've already had 2 DBs announced that they're coming back next year. Elijah Hardy will be coming back next year. He'll be going in his third year as a starter there. They're not going to be – this isn't like the old days where you lose 47 players and a bunch of them are 22 to 25, and all of a sudden they're being replaced by freshmen and sophomores. This isn't like – what the perfect example? This is not 06 Notre Dame to 07 Notre Dame.
Yes.
This is not – because you can go out and get a Josh Burnham. You can go out and get a Josh Hoover. You can go out and get these veteran players where you don't have to turn it over to your 06 and 07 recruiting classes. You can go out there and fix sins of the recruiting past by the previous coach and bring in 17 portal guys. And they're not done in the portal. They're going to add more guys. They got 17 now. They're going to be adding more from the portal. So will they fall back a little bit? Yeah, but falling back means you went from the 1 seed to the 9 seed or the 10 seed or just missing the playoffs. You're still pretty good.
Yeah, 100%. Like, are they going to go potentially 17-0 next year and win a ship? No. But are they going to be contending for a playoff spot? Absolutely. I'll say this, though. It is crazy that one of their receivers that's on the team right now caught a touchdown against Notre Dame when he was on Clemson from Trevor Lawrence in the ACC championship game in 2020.
EJ Williams. Yeah.
That's crazy. Like, that is actually nuts.
But, okay, he's older, but he missed 3 full seasons of football.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not like he's played 3,500 career snaps. I mean, he's there because he kept getting hurt, kept missing seasons. But, yeah, I mean, he's older, but it's not like he's got 6 straight years of weight room development. He spent half that time not even able to lift weights because he's recovering from injuries. But, yeah, that is a little nuts. That is a little nuts.
And then another one from Chris, buy, sell, hold. Miami will spend a significant amount of money on a portal quarterback only to realize that they have nothing behind him if he is injured.
I mean, I'm going to sell just because who's left? Let me go look and see who's left. What are the big name quarterbacks that are still out there, Trev? Let me see. Transfer portal rankings. Those are players. Let's go to quarterbacks. So who is left? So I get running backs instead of quarterbacks. Who's left? I'm scrolling down. I'm now to number 5. So you've got Bryson Beaver is the high, according to On3, Bryson Beaver is the highest ranked quarterback left out there. Then it's Walker Eget from San Jose State, Nico Marshall from West Virginia, Austin Novosad from Oregon, Grayson Wilson from Arkansas, Luke Moga from Oregon, Elijah Brown from Stanford. Who's left? So unless they're able to, let's say somebody has committed but hasn't signed, that's the only hope that they have. I mean, I literally don't even know who is left for them to go get that they can even pay big money for, or they can convince someone who's not in the portal yet to jump in the portal in the next 24 hours, which is possible.
Yeah,
but I don't know who that would be. Who would that even be that's worth big money? It's not going to be Julian Sain. It's not going to be, it's not going to be CJ Carr. It's not going to be Dante Moore. It's not going to be Arch Manning. Who's that even going to be?
It would have to be somebody that's
DJ
already like you said, it's going to have to be somebody that's already transferred and just hasn't signed on the dotted line yet. It's not going to be anybody that's established at where they're at. Not a chance.
Right. And somebody just said they're going to get a sleeper to jump in. That may be true, but and he put an LOL in there, so I think he's joking. But just hypothetically, if there was a guy that could convince to jump in, it's going to be a risky one. It won't be a necessarily a huge amount of money. Somebody said Dylan Raiola leaves Oregon. I agree. That would be one. But apparently Dylan Raiola knew that Dante Moore coming back might work out. And I think because, like, is Dylan Raiola even going to be healthy to start the season?
I'm not sure.
Didn't he have a pretty bad injury late in the year?
Let me look.
So, that would be interesting. So I'm going to sell that. They struck out, which is wild to me. Because last year you had a Heisman Trophy finalist and the #1 overall draft pick. This year you've got Carson Beck took his team to the title game, and then you can't get a quarterback this year? That's wild to me.
Who's left on the roster?
Well, they have Emory Williams. They have Luke Nickel, our two kids who are relatively high recruits. Emory Williams has started games before when guys were injured. But neither of them are like big-time QBs. But honestly, with what I think that they're going to still do on the O-line and D-line, they can get by with a game manager next year. They're going to have very talented receivers. They're going to have very talented running backs. You know, maybe it's time for them to try and – but this is what we keep talking about. This is the risk you run when you live and die by the portal at positions like quarterback. Because if that year where you just strike out, now you're screwed. So it's going to be interesting.
Sure is.
These next, because like the next 24, what is it? It's at midnight is when it stops, right? So it's 24 plus 8.5. So the next 32 and a half hours are going to be very interesting to see if there's any last minute guys jumping in for people. Now you can sign people past the 16th. The 16th is the deadline to jump in.
And with what's available, I'm sure they're praying that somebody hops in for sure.
Yeah. The top one, we kind of addressed that one. We both sell that one.
Yeah.
And then we'll go to this next one, Trev. I'll allow you to – I haven't really paid attention to basketball this year, so I'm going to say this one so you can then respond to it. Buy so hold, Trev. The Lady Irish have 2 ranked games remaining on their schedule. The Irish need to win both and 7 out of the 9 in the remaining ACC slate, not counting the ACC tournament, to make the big dance.
I mean, big picture, I'll buy it. I've watched basketball this season. I would be lying if I said a lot of that has been like the Notre Dame women's team. Now, with the fortunes of what's been going on with the men's team, I should probably switch over and start watching more of the women's basketball team. But similar to Brian, I haven't watched too much of it, just the men's team. But yeah, big picture, I agree. I know that they were thought to be somewhat of a bubble team going into this year because of the losses that they had. But yeah, I mean, if they can go 2-0 in their 2 remaining ranked games, then that'll put them off on a strong foot for sure. From Irish Wolfhound 2, although their process may have been flawed, Notre Dame gets an A+ in terms of the talent they brought in from the transfer portal.
A+, no. The other day we were asked to give a grade. We said B+, A-. Now that you've added Tion Gray, it's an A. The reason I can't go A+ is, again, the one knock and that's not even a knock because it was intentional, and they could do that because they trusted the talent on the roster. That if Quincy Porter and Mylan Graham don't work out, Notre Dame will still be pretty good at receiver next year.
Yep.
That's the reality. So take that chance because you like the roster that you have. That's kind of where I'm at, Trev. So I can't go A+ with a bunch of guys who your 2 receivers are unproven. Your corners have experience. Your 2 DTs have experience. But like Tion Gray wasn't even a starter for Oregon this year. I can't quite give A+, but I'll give an A+ from the standpoint of meeting needs and upside potential. But when you factor in experience and some injury history and things like that, I can A is the highest I can go when I break it all in. But that's still really good. We're arguing between is it an A or an A+.
2 grades, I would have been happy with either in college. So yeah, I'm with you there. I'm with you there.
C's get degrees, baby.
I'm saying.
Yeah, I said that to my dad once.
Yep, understandably so. Understandably so. I'd be curious to find out how If you were even able to finish the rest of that sentence.
Yeah, I think I was able to play it off like, I was just playing, B. Put the belt back on. Okay.
Oh, so
I said it to my dad, not my mom. If I said it to my mom, I would not have been able to finish that sentence.
yeah, understandable.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold. There will be a 16-team playoff starting next season.
Buy. I think they will get it done.
Yep, agreed.
I think they'll get it done. And I think what you'll see is you'll see a compromise in automatic bids. I think you'll see like 2-2, 1-1-1-1 or something like that. Like 2 for the SEC, 2 for the Big Ten, and then 1 for the ACC. The other ones don't change, but they give an extra to the Big Ten and SEC. I could see something like that.
Yeah.
But that would be the extent of I think 16 is where they're going to go.
From Older Than Dirt, buy, sell, hold. When the Irish land just a reliable extra point and field goal kicker and choose a reliable holder, either that transfer or Eric Schmidt will be much better in 26 than Notre Dame has experienced over the last 2 years.
Yeah, I'll buy that just on the whole. It's hard to imagine them being worse than they were the last 2 years. I still say I put an asterisk by that because I'll still contend if Mitch Jeter doesn't get hurt. We're having a very different conversation about kicking.
Sure. Yeah, that's fair. I think just from a pure number standpoint, I just don't see them being as bad as they were the last 2 years from strictly a number standpoint. So, yeah, I'm with you. Another one from Older Than Dirt. Marty Biaggi will figure out he has been overcoaching those kickers because he was once a kicker. He'll remember to give them some room in their own heads.
I think there's something to that. I'll buy that.
Yeah.
I'll buy that.
Yep. I will too. Sometimes, and we brought this up in shows before, Brian, sometimes the fear of having a former player as a coach is like, well, this is what I did and it worked for me. And it's like, okay, well, that guy's not you. I don't know if Marty Biaggi's doing that, and that's not me saying he's doing that. That's just always sometimes a fear that I have of somebody who's played the position, coaching the position. So I think there's some validity to that. From Irish 1489, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame's NFL draft classes, 26, 27, or 28.
I kind of took that as maybe he left out best NFL draft class. It's kind of what I'm thinking. And if that's the case, I'm going to go, man, I'm going to buy 28. I'm going to hold 27 and sell 26. Because a lot of people are pointing to the 27 draft class, and I think that's going to be a very good one at the top, but I still think the 28 draft class is going to be ridiculous. I mean, that's going to include the best of this incoming freshman class. No. This freshman class that just finished, I should say, because I'm thinking like 26, 27, 20. The 28 NFL draft class will be the 27 season. I always get that messed up. But yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of guys in those 2 draft classes. And I think 28 could end up being the deepest. I think there's a chance that 27 has more first-round picks, 28 has more overall picks.
Yeah, I think for that reason, I'm going to buy 27 because I think the highest, the picks that'll go in the highest round will be in the 27 class.
Potentially.
And then I'll hold 28 and I'll sell 26.
Yeah. Because like even in 28, though, I could still see Bryce Young. I could see Gerby. I could see Tay Johnson. Yeah. Quincy Porter, if he is the player we think he could be. But yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be fun.
And then from Stubbs, buy, sell, hold. The 2026 team on paper is more talented than the 2015, 2005, 1992, 1993, and 1989 teams.
Let's go individually and buy, sell, hold it. How about that, Trev? 2015.
Buy.
I buy. I think the 2015 team can absolutely match this team in elite level talent. This team is way deeper of talent. That team had Jalen Smith and Will Fuller, Ronnie Stanley, Quentin Nelson, Mike McGlynn. I mean, but this team is way deeper.
Yep.
2005.
Buy.
For the same reasons.
Yep.
Yeah.
For the same reasons. And I think the wider margin is on defense.
Way wider margin is on defense. I agree completely. 1993.
This one is kind of the one that's starting to leave me a little bit. So I'll kind of leave these three up to. I don't know those rosters like that.
I will sell, even though that team had, or I mean, I will buy this one, excuse me, as well. That team had Bryant Young, Hall of Famer. It had Aaron Taylor, College Football Hall of Famer. It had Lee Becton. It had Kevin McDougal, Lake Dawson. It had some, Jim Flanagan. You had Jeff Burris. You had Bobby Taylor. You had some great players. I still think this team, again, depth-wise, is just a skosh better than the 93 team, depth-wise. Will the coaching be as good? That's what remains to be seen.
Right.
But I think depth-wise. Do I think they have a Hall of Famer on this team? Dude, that's so nuts for me to predict. But I didn't know that Bryant Young was a Hall of Famer in 1993 either. You know what I mean?
Fair.
But
yeah.
This team is better than that one. Now, 92, that's my first sell. Because that 92 team had everybody from 1993 and also had Reggie Brooks, Jerome Bettis, Tom Carter, like I said, plus all the guys they lost. I mean, Notre Dame's 1993 draft class, which includes, that's everyone from the 92 team, had 4 first-round draft. The 1992 team, Trev, had 7 first-round draft picks on it and 3 second-round draft picks on it and 3 third-round draft picks on it. The first-round draft picks were Rick Meyer, number 2 overall pick, Jerome Bettis, number 10 overall pick, Tom Carter at corner, number 17 overall pick, Irv Smith was the number 20 overall pick, plus they had Bryant Young, who was the number 7 overall pick the next year, Aaron Taylor, who's the number 1 overall pick the next year, Jeff Burris, who's the number 1 overall pick the next year, plus Tim Ruddy was a second-round draft pick, Reggie Brooks was a second-round draft pick, the late, great Demetrius DeBose was a second-round draft pick, yeah, Devin McDonald was a 4th-round draft pick, Jim Flanagan, Willie Clark, and Lake Dawson were all 3rd-round draft picks, John Covington, Anthony Peterson, 5th-round draft picks, Lindsey Knapp was a 5th-round draft pick, Pete Bursich was a 7th-round draft pick, and oh, by the way, Craig Hentrick played like over a decade in the NFL as a kicker and a punter. That 92 team was insanely talented. 7 first-round draft picks on that team. Could this team surpass that someday? Possibly, yeah. But will it surpass it of guys who will start this season like that team did? Like, I'm not talking about 7 first-round draft picks of guys who didn't play on those 2 teams but eventually developed into first-round draft picks. Like, I'm not even going to get into, Ronaldo Wynn or a Derek Mays who was a freshman became a second-round draft because they weren't necessarily the stars of that team. I'm just talking about dudes that were the dudes of those teams. 7 of them went on to be first-round draft picks. Could that happen in 2026 team? Certainly. But guys got to raise their level of play because we can look back on what that team was, not what we think it can be, whereas this team, we're still kind of what will it be? You know what I mean? So,
Yep.
Are there 10 players in this team? I know for a fact that there were 10 first and second round draft picks on the 1992 team because I can look back and look at the draft classes.
Very true.
I think this team could get there, but it's not there yet. So that's the first. I've said this before, Trev. The 1992 and the 1989 Notre Dame teams were the 2 most talented I've ever seen for Notre Dame in my lifetime. And I'm selling both of those. I will say this. This is going to be a crazy, crazy comment. And maybe it's because I'm in just in a good mood. Maybe that's it, Trev. But I'm just telling you right now. I mean, in 1989, Trev, they had Rocket Ismail, Ricky Waters, Todd Light, Chris Zorich, Tim Grunhard, Jeff Alm, Pat Terrell, Stan Smagala, Ned Bolkar, Andre Jones, Michael Stonebreaker, Derek Brown, Rod Smith, Rodney Culver, Tony Brooks, Gene McGuire, Mirko Jerkovic, George Williams. I mean, those teams were so loaded. The 1989 team was incredibly loaded. This team has the potential if the players have the right mindset, if they put in the work this offseason, and if the coaches are as good as we hope they are, this could go down as Notre Dame's most talented team, including those early Lou Holtz teams. It has a chance. But we'll see if they can tap into that potential. And maybe one of the things we do this summer is we compare rosters.
That'd be fun.
You know, like okay, yeah, I'm taking the 1992 backfield. Duh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But am I taking Rick Meyer over CJ Carr? That's a fun conversation. Am I taking the that O-line over this O-line? You know what I mean? Like, okay, talent-wise, but that line had Aaron Taylor and Tim Ruddy. You know, those are guys we knew. These guys got to show they can be on that level. So it has a chance to be. But as long as Marcus Freeman, Mike Denbrock, Chris Ash, Joe Rudolph, Mike Brown, and Charlie Partridge are as good as we hope they're going to be as coaches, then yes, I do believe. And the leadership of the team is what it needs to be. Then I do believe this could be Notre Dame's best team since 1988 and most talented team since probably Ara Parseghian was the coach. Yeah.
It's cool to be in a spot that we can even have that discussion, though.
Yeah.
That's the point. That's my takeaway, for sure.
Yep. I would have laughed at this question a couple years ago. I'm like, are we seriously doing this, guys? Like 2-3 years ago, I'm like, are you seriously going to try to compare this team to those great teams? Come on, bro. But like now, I'm like, dude, let's literally engage this question and go year by year and have the conversation. So I went buy, sell. That's a good one.
Buy, sell, hold from Noah Weiss. I'll go Weiss. Yeah, buy, sell, hold from Noah Weiss. Charlie Partridge will prove to be the most important addition this offseason.
Sure. I mean, he's being given a great situation. Go coach him up. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, amongst the coaching staff, that was the only addition, right?
Right.
So, if we're talking that, like, if we're talking like everything, like players, all that, no. But I mean, just on the coaching staff,
I think he's saying all. And the reason I went yes is because he is being gifted. He is now going to be responsible for, okay, you can give me Francis Brew and Armo Mukum and Keon Keeley and Tion Gray and Boubacar and Bryce Young and all that. Those are all great, but if you can't coach them up, then it doesn't matter. And this is the coach in me, but that's how I look at it. I didn't take the question as like him being better than Al Washington equals. I'm looking at it as like, okay, if he doesn't do his job, then it doesn't matter. You got those guys.
Yeah, agreed.
That's where I took it from.
Then another one from Noah. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame's schedule is favorable next season. However, they will finish the season 11-1 with a loss to an unexpected opponent. The loss will push the 26 team to reach their full potential.
Sell.
I'm going to hope sell this. Look, if a playoff snub with the majority of the roster coming back doesn't push you to reach your full potential, I don't know if losing to an unexpected opponent will.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to hope sell this. I mean, we talk about the repeatable mistakes, and Marcus Freeman never makes the same mistake twice. Well, he's made a mistake every year he's been in South Bend. It's not getting this team ready in September, and they lose to somewhat of an unexpected opponent to a degree. That's got to change. It shouldn't have to take a loss to set you back, to put your back against the wall to finally reach your full potential. You should just come out of the gates and do it. That's where I'm at.
I'm selling it because right now, January 15th, I don't think anybody on their schedule's roster is anywhere close to Notre Dame. And to your point, Trev, if you haven't already been motivated to be that team, then I don't know what will. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Another one from Noah. Buy, sell, hold. Jaden Greathouse will be Notre Dame's premier wide receiver in 2026.
Hold. I mean, is he healthy? I mean, how are they going to use things? I'm a hold. I'm kind of pumping the brakes a little bit on some of the receiver discussion. We'll do some off-season breakdowns, but I want to just kind of see how it's all going to shake out, have some conversations. There's some things I want to see first. But I'll say this, he certainly has a chance to be.
Yep, absolutely. And then former Purdue kicker Spencer Porath will sneakily be one of the most important portal additions for Notre Dame this offseason. This one's for you, Vince.
Now, this I can buy. There was another submission that said he will be the top portal pickup, and that one I'm going to sell. Well, actually, let me see if I can find that one real quick, just so we can kind of bring it up now. But I don't even know if I put that one in there. It was from Poe Welch, right? Boy, we have a lot left. Yeah, Spencer Porath is the most impactful portal pickup of the cycle. I'm selling that one, but I'm going to take this one the way that it is asked, because I do think that we can make the case that it will be one of the most important. The reason I can never say that a kicker is going to be the most important is because he may make the most important play of the year, but it's going to be all the plays made by the receivers and defensive tackles and DBs and stuff that's even going to get him to a point where that one kick may be that money kick. There have been some great kickers that have never had to make a game-winning kick in a big moment because the team never was in a situation where that field goal was needed.
Right.
The Broncos had a Hall of Fame kicker, in my opinion. He never made a game-winning kick in a Super Bowl or even an AFC championship game because, and just they won both of those games, more convincingly than that. So I'm gonna go there. But important, yeah. I mean, I think it just gives Mike Denbrock and Marcus Freeman a lot more faith to say, hey, look, when we're going down and beating USC and getting ready to score on USC and going up by 10 instead of 7, we're going to make those kicks. And then that puts USC in a bind. Then they press a little bit more. They got to go make a play, and they don't. We pick it off, go back, and next thing you know, a 7-point game turns into a 17-point game because of that made field goal, where right now you're not making it. What's the Pitt game look like if they can make an early field goal? You know what I mean? There's just been so many games where those things didn't happen, but I still don't think those things are more important than your boundary receiver and your field receiver or your D tackles or your corners and things like that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I made the joke earlier this past offseason. I would have hit a lot more of my total point overs on FanDuel if they would have figured out a way to make some field goals in some of those moments. Definitely would have hit it on the Boston College game, that's for sure. That being said, I'm actually going to sell this, and it's because of one word. One word in this submission is making me sell this. There is nothing that a Notre Dame kicker is going to do next season that will be sneaky.
That's true. That's good.
It will be at the forefront of everybody's attention. People are going to look at the kicking game with a magnifying glass. How do I know that? It's because people are talking about this portal pickup as potentially being the best portal pickup. So I kid in good fun, Noah. This is a very important portal pickup. But for your submission, I'm selling it because there's going to be nothing sneaky about it. People are going to talk about it every single game. Every game.
Here's what's going to be funny. The first time that he makes – if he makes his first home field goal of the season and didn't miss any in the opener, he's going to get a crazy loud ovation from the crowd. It's going to be the loudest non-home, game-winning kick you'll ever hear a crowd make.
Oh, it'll be louder than CJ's first passing touchdown inside of Notre Dame Stadium in the 2016. I guarantee it.
Yes.
I guarantee CJ Carr is going to throw a touchdown pass in Notre Dame Stadium. People are like, "Yep, that's what that looked like." Then Spencer Porath is going to make a kick. They're like, "Oh my goodness, that's what that's supposed to look like."
Yeah, we can get field goals now. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%. From Beezer 12, Washing Beard, buy sell hold. CJ Carr breaks a Notre Dame passing record next season.
Let me just, because I think Brady's record was 3,900 and was it 19? I'm looking this up right now. Give me a second. Was it 39-19? Yeah, 39-19. And in 16 games, CJ Carr would have to average 244.9 yards per game. So yes, I will take that. Passing record is 37 touchdowns. in 16 games. That's an average of 2.3 touchdowns per game. So yes, if Notre Dame is the team I think they're going to be next year, I think CJ Carr will break those records. Can he break Brady Quinn's record of 39-19 in the regular season? Because Brady did that in 12 games. No, I don't see CJ Carr throwing for 326.6 yards like next year, because I don't think they're going to need him to. And I think they're going to be a more balanced team than they were in 05. That's how I view that one.
Oh, heck yeah, man. I mean, this is a definite buy for me. It's not even like season-long record, just a passing record. I mean, I could see him breaking the record for like most consecutive completions or something, like some sort of passing record. I would buy that.
I believe he broke one this year. Give me 1 second. I believe, yeah, he set the all-time quarterback rating record at Notre Dame this year.
Well, there we go.
Because it was Bob Williams and Jimmy Clausen had it. I'm trying to find it here real quick. Here we go. So let's pull this up here real quick. This is the Notre Dame all-time records. So let's make this. I didn't mean for it to go there, but we can all do this search together. So let's go Bob Williams, and right there. So where's here we go. Where are you, Bob? Come on. Here we go. Where's Bob Williams? Let's go for that one. Okay, here we go. Is that it? Nope. It's Bob Williams is going to be next to Jimmy Clausen. So where is Bob Williams? Let's try this way. Okay. Here, I actually got a better one. 161.8, I believe, is what that number was. Right? Wasn't that Jimmy Clausen's point? Oh man, these records are sometimes very difficult to. Let me try Bob Williams again. Give me a second here, folks. Bob Williams. So we're in the quarterback numbers here. So passing completions per game, pass efficiency. There we go. Jimmy Clausen and Bob Williams were tied for the best passing efficiency mark in Notre Dame history at 161.8. To put in perspective how efficient and how good CJ Carr was this year. So you see that Sam Hartman was right there at 159.5. Brady Quinn was at 158. So 3 and 4 were pretty good. CJ Carr this year was at 168.06. So 168.1. He was close. So Jimmy Clausen and Bob Williams are closer to, let's see, that would be number 6, John Hart, than they are to number 1, CJ Carr. If my math is, yes, my math is correct. They're actually closer, 7.4. Yeah, because they're closer to John Hart. They're further away to in book, but they're closer to number 6 than they are number 1.
That's crazy.
So he's already broke one. I think he'll break another one next year. So yeah, I could see him breaking his own record next year.
Yeah. Agreed. Buy, sell, hold. Another one from Bees. One of Notre Dame's incoming transfers will be an All-American next year.
Sell. I hope so. I could hope by it. Trev, you want to hope by it?
I will absolutely hope by it.
Dig it.
I'll 100% hope by it.
Dig it.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will have a Broyles Award winner next season.
Buy. I don't know if it's going to be Denbrock or Ash, but I'm going to buy.
I mean, if the Broyles Award winner is Chris Ash, yeah. I mean, I'll say that.
Yeah.
Another one from Beezer 12, Washing Beard. Buy, sell, hold. A little variation of the format. Start, bench, cut. Brendan Sorsby, Sam Levitt, Rocco Becht.
I mean, it's the order that you just put them in.
Yeah.
I might consider flipping Rocco and Sam Levitt because I just don't trust Sam Levitt, but I do think Sam Levitt has better physical tools than Rocco Becht.
Agreed.
But I would go in the order you gave and not even, I mean, pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. Number 1 is a no doubter of those 3. I would maybe consider flipping Rocco and Sam. I just don't trust Sam Levitt. But I think Sam Levitt's talent with Lane Kiffin will make him better than what Rocco is.
Agreed.
I looked at Penn State's transfer class. It's like almost all Iowa State kids.
Yeah, bro. Like,
It is crazy.
They are the Penn State Cyclones. Like
Seriously.
like, it's wild. It's wild. Buy, sell, hold. Lane Kiffin will never win a national championship at LSU.
I'm going to sell this not because I don't think he would, because I think he will. I don't know if he will. But I don't have the same, he has no chance that I had with Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
Lane's a good enough coach and just weird enough that with the talent that LSU can put on a football field, that he could win one. I mean, I have my doubts, but especially the job he did coaching this year. I'm not a Lane Kiffin fan. I don't think very highly of him as a person, but the guy proved the last couple of years he's matured as a coach. He's a good football coach. Can he do enough to win 4 games? I mean, that remains to be seen. But I don't think it's not like it's impossible. He can, sure, he can. And his teams are going to be very talented most years. Very talented. Guys, if Ed Orgeron can win one, Lane Kiffin can win one.
I was
at
just
LSU.
about to say.
Seriously. Seriously.
There are very few coaches that get hired at big time programs like an LSU that I will say will never win.
Right.
Like if you're getting hired at LSU, at Notre Dame, at Ohio State, at Florida, at Bama, at Georgia, you have an opportunity to win. It would be very tough. There's always outliers.
Yes, Brian Kelly was an outlier because we knew he didn't have what it takes, nor did he have the work ethic to go out there and put it together. His ego was such that he made poor decisions because he didn't want to be threatened. He wanted yes men. I mean, Lane Kiffin put together a pretty good coaching staff the last couple of years and has groomed Charlie Weiss Jr. quite well.
Oh, yeah.
As a football coach.
Typically, it's coaches that we see go from a premier program to another premier program that didn't have success at the original premier program. Like, I don't consider Ole Miss a premier program. Like, Lane Kiffin just had their most wins in school history in the regular season, and it was 11. Like that was the most wins that Ole Miss ever had in program history, 11.
They've never won more than 10 games in a season 3 years in a row, which they did the last 2 years.
Exactly. So, but for Brian Kelly, to your point, he was at a Notre Dame and got there and got demolished.
And because they constantly underachieved.
Yeah.
And that's what people forget. They underachieved with the talent they had.
100%.
Lane Kiffin would not have gone 9-3 in the regular 9-3, or excuse me, be 10-2 in the regular season if he had the roster that Notre Dame had in 2015. Could you imagine Lane Kiffin with, like, if the current Lane Kiffin with Deshaun Kaiser, CJ Prosise, Will Fuller, Chris Brown, Amir Carlisle, Ronnie Stanley, Quentin Nelson, Mike McGlinchey, Steve Elmer, and Nick Martin? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And I promise you he wouldn't have kept Brian Van Gorder around for 2 freaking years.
I don't think he would have hired him.
Agree. So that's why we knew he wasn't going to win at LSU.
Yeah.
It's not, and this is my big frustration with LSU fans at the time. You guys keep thinking we're insulting LSU. It's a Brian Kelly problem.
100%.
And I don't think Lane Kiffin's got his own faults, but they're more personal faults, I think. He's matured as an on-field football coach the last couple of years.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, he has. From Algonquin Irish, buy, sell, hold. The current wide receiver roster, incoming freshman and portal addition should result in a deeper rotation in 2026. There are many comments last year on the relatively short bench. The amount of talent must compel the staff to coach them up and get them on the field.
Bye. That's a great comment. I don't even need to expand on it. I think he nailed any further feedback. That's an absolute buy. Well done, Algonquin Irish. Well done. I buy those.
Absolutely. From Crying Belly, buy, sell, hold. In Notre Dame's regular season, a running back and wide receiver will both reach 1,000 yards.
Absolute sell. Absolute sell. And the running back one is, I think is most likely because of what we've seen at Notre Dame. But I mean, I think there's a better chance that neither of those things happen.
Agreed. I'm done with the 1,000-yard wide receiver talk until I see it happen. I mean,
Trev, I don't think Ohio State had that in 2024.
Nope. Jeremiah Smith ended the regular season with like 986.
Right. He ended the season with 13-15, but he had, let's go do this. He had 91 in the last 2 games, and he had 187 against Oregon, and then he had 103 against Tennessee. He had 934 yards receiving in the regular season that year. Emeka went for over 1,000 barely. He had 1,011. I think he went over 1,000 against Notre Dame. Yeah, he went over 1,000 against Notre Dame. And then the 2 running backs, I believe, also both went over 1,000 against Notre Dame. Like, it wasn't until the championship game. Yeah, Quinshawn Judkins finished with 1,060. He had 100 in the title game. He had 300-yard games all year. That's it. And Emeka or Travion didn't have a single 100-yard game. He finished with 1,016. He had 49 against Notre Dame. So actually, let's do the math here. He had let's see here, 174. He had 751 in the regular season, finished with over 1,000 on the season. And then Quinshawn had minus 85, minus 30. Quinshawn was at 805. They had someone barely at 800 in that. And then Emeka with 1,011 finished with, let's see, he was at 743 at the end of the regular season. So regular season, no, I don't see that. I think, again, it's going to be the same thing. And honestly, these 2 questions back to back are perfect. Why do I don't think there's going to be 1,000-yard receivers? Is somebody not capable of it? I think Notre Dame's going to throw the ball a lot more next year. So I don't think, like, comparing it to 25 for me isn't necessarily applicable, other than just I need to see it to believe it. It's just more so of what he just said. It's the depth that they're going to have at the rotation. It's that you're going to have tight ends catching the ball, running backs catching the ball, receivers catching the ball, 4 or 5 receivers catching the ball. And then at running back, I just think it's going to be what if Quinshawn Judkins was the lead back in 24, he absolutely would have got to 1,000 yards. If Travion Henderson was the lead back in 24, he would have got to 1,000 yards. But the fact that they were both getting so many touches, neither of them got to 1,000 in the regular season, right? And that's kind of how I look at it here. Why did Jeremiah Smith not get to 1,000 in the regular season? Because they also had Cardinal Tate and Emeka Egbuka and, right, those guys. Same thing here. It's the talent is why one guy won't emerge as that dude. But I'll tell you this right now, if Notre Dame has a 1,000-yard receiver in the regular season next year, I don't think this team plays a competitive game all year. I really don't. Last 1,000-yard receiver that Notre Dame had in the regular season, I think it was Chase, but I actually want to go look at that because I know he did some work in the bowl game against Iowa State. So let me go look at that. So Chase finished with – actually, no, I'm wrong. Chase had 146 yards in the bowl game, and that put him at 1,037. I think the last time they had a 1,000-yard receiver in the regular season, you have to go back to Will Fuller in 2015. The last time Notre Dame had a 1,000-yard receiver in the regular season, 2015. It's over a decade ago. So no, I don't. I need to see it to believe it. This is not a bice a hole, but Daddy Oyo Daddy said, would you rather have 4 500-yard receivers than 1 1,000-yard receiver? That's a really good question. I personally would rather have 1,000 than 4 500s, because I think 4 500s tells me I don't have a go-to. If you said, give me an 800 and 3 500s, that would be my ideal.
Yeah.
Because then I'd still have my guy. I'd still have my go-to guy. But then I got so many other guys, that 800, bunch of 500s. But in that case, I'd rather be at one that's 1,000.
Agreed. From Akshat Shakar, buy, sell, hold, Cam Herron starts a game this year.
I'm going to hope sell this one. And that's not because I don't think Cam Herron's a good football player. I don't think he's going to be the starter. And for him to start, that means somebody gets hurt, and I don't ever want to see a guy get hurt. So that's where I'm at. Now, if Ashton Craig is not healthy and they don't move Anthony Knapp to center, I do think there's a chance that Cam Herron could win the starting center job. So in that case, possibly.
Another one from,
Sorry.
nope, you're all good. Buy, sell, hold. After both being invited to New York, Carr and Manning settled the, quote, best player in football debate by facing off in the national title.
I'm going to sell that because I need Steve Sarkisian to prove to me that he can put together 4 wins in a row or 3 wins in a row to get him there. He's got to show me that, and he hasn't shown me that yet.
Yep.
But what I would actually love to see that, though. I would love to see a title game between Notre Dame and Texas and Arch and CJ.
Yeah, that would be
that
sick.
would be tremendous.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I'll hope by it just for the storylines, everything coming out of that game. I'll just hope by it because on one hand, Notre Dame gets to the ship, plays for another one. So, yeah, I'll buy it.
That'd be a lot of fun to watch.
Buy, sell, hold. Tay Johnson makes an All-American team.
Buy.
Agreed. Christian Gray is a day 2 2027 NFL draft pick.
Buy. If he's healthy this year, buy.
Agreed. And then buy, sell, hold. Christopher Burgess leads all defensive tackles and snaps.
Sell. I think that'll be Francis Brew.
Yeah. Yep. Francis Brew or Armel are kind of my 2 leading guys for that. Agreed.
I do think Chris Burgess is going to have an impact this year. I just don't think he becomes the number 1 snap getter. But I like where your head's at, Akshat. I do. Because I do think he's going to be a guy that, like, here's what I take away from that. Do I agree with his submission? No. Do I think what's behind his submission is spot on, that Chris Burgess is going to be a factor this year? Absolutely.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yep.
From Dirtbag Jake, 13, buy, sell, hold. With what the portal class is today, the 26 team is overall more talented than the 25 team.
Buy. Based on the way he said it, more talented, I buy that. I buy that.
Top to bottom on the roster, I'll buy that too. I think it's close, but I'll buy it.
It's close. They didn't add 32 portal players that are all as good as the guys they got. But when you look at the portal class plus the incoming freshman class, it's pretty ridiculous. I mean, there aren't a lot of people that can lose Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price and replace them with Javion Osborne and Jonas Walton from a talent standpoint.
Yeah.
You lose Malachi Fields and you lose Will Pauling and you replace them with – so you lose Malachi Fields, Will Pauling, KK Smith, and Scrap Richardson, and you replace them with Quincy Porter, Mylan Graham, Caden Finley, Bubba Frazier, Braden Robinson, Devin Fitzgerald, and Dylan Faison. Plus you get Jaden Greathouse back. You know, you lose Eli Raridan, who's a heck of a player, and you replace him with Ian Premer and Preston Frizel, and you get Cooper Flanagan back. You know, like you lose Billy Schrouth and Emil Wagner, and you replace them with Grayson McHugh, Tyler Merrill, Ben Nichols, Sully Garvin, Gregory Patrick, and Charlie Tom. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I'm at, and say talented. Now, will they be a better team? They got to prove that. But talented, I mean, you lose Kenny Minchie, and you replace him with Noah Grubbs and Teddy Gerard. Like, you're going to be more talented at quarterback next year than you were this year.
Yeah.
You lose Kenny Minchie and Teddy Rizak, Anthony Rizak, and you replace him with Noah Grubbs and Teddy Gerard. And now CJ Carr is going to be more talented because he's a year older and stronger and all that. Like, that's where I'm coming from. I appreciate and respect your pause, because you're like, dude, how do you say a team that's losing Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price and is all of a sudden more talented? And I get the hesitation, but for me, it's just, you signed the pound for pound best portal class in the country and the number 1 recruiting class in the country, and you bring back Leonard Moore, and I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's
I get it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, at corner you lost Devontae Smith and Cree Thomas. Am I missing anybody at corner?
I mean, Chance Tucker.
Okay. Love Chance. Awesome kid. Great family. You replace him with DJ McKinney, Jaden Sanders, Kari Adams, Aiden Pouncey, and Chaz Smith. And you could count Nick Reddish too, because I think he'll be playing nickel. You know, you lose Jadon Blair and Tabron Benny Powell and Ben Minnick at safety. and you replace him with Joey O'Brien and potentially one of the, maybe James Sanders or something like that moves over there. So yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. You lose Josh Burnham, you replace him with Keon Keeley and Rodney Dunham and Ebenezer Utani. You know what I mean? It's like, in the big one, here's the big one though, Trev. You lose Jared Dawson, Gabriel Rubio. Let's just assume Jason Onye for now, and then Donovan Heinisch. I didn't think they'd be able to replace that. But you've replaced it with Elijah Golden, Tiki Hola, Francis Brew, and Tion Gray. That might actually be better. And then Armel's a year older. Cole Mullins is back. Chris Burgess moves inside. Like, dude, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
From pure talent, absolutely ridiculous. Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed completely. Buy, sell, hold, 2 deep at receiver. At the X, you have Quincy Porter and Micah Gilbert. At the Z, you have Jordan Faison and Mylan Graham and Cam Williams. And then at slot, you have Greathouse, Saldate, and a freshman.
Yeah, I'll buy that. I'll buy that. I mean, as of like right now, sure, I'll buy that. You could consider maybe flipping Porter and Gilbert early on, but yeah, I mean, if we're projecting to the fall, for the spring, that won't be the case because I don't think Porter's going to be out there in the spring. But if we're projecting to the fall and what we know right now, that's probably where I would be. I think you got to get Elijah Burris maybe in that conversation somewhere. Freshman Caden Finley outside. I don't think he's going to kind of go away. But yeah, I'm with you on that. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with the names. I would, there's a debate on, do they move Faison back inside now that, a position where he fits more, in my opinion, now that you have guys like Mylan Graham and Jaden Greathouse is back healthy to be at the Z, maybe, but I agree with the names.
Are you saying there should be a debate this offseason about putting Jaden Greathouse outside and Jordan Faison back inside? I would be all for that debate. All for that debate. Because you can still get Jaden Greathouse in some slot fade situations. You can still do that easily with, stacking your formations, in inverting your formations, where they're a little bit interchangeable. Absolutely. Absolutely. Chris Black Irish said, what don't you like about Cam Herron? There's absolutely nothing I don't like about Cam Herron. I literally said, if Ashton Craig is injured and they don't move Anthony Knapp, there's a chance he could beat out Joe Otting for the starting center job. What I said was, Chris, just so we're clear, I don't want anybody to think that I'm saying something negative about the kid. As of right now, I don't think he's going to be the starter going into the fall. And so then if he's not the starter, then the only way he starts is if somebody gets hurt. And I'm not going to root for someone to get hurt. But as I said, if Ashton Craig can't start the season and they don't move Anthony Knapp to center, I said I could see Cameron Herron beating out and winning that job. But I'm anticipating Ashton coming back healthy, and I'm hoping that they move Anthony Knapp. So it has nothing to do with not liking Cam Herron. But he's still young, and if he's not the starter on day one, the only way he becomes a starter is if somebody fails to do their job or gets injured, and I would not root for either one of those things. So it has nothing to do with not liking Cam Herron. Just so we're clear. I just don't want anyone to perceive that I said something negative about Cam Herron, because that was not my intent. Nor is it what I said. I just am not going to root for someone to get hurt for someone to get a starting job.
Yep.
And so unless he wins the starting job, that's the only way he's going to start, is if somebody gets injured or plays poorly, which I don't want to see either one of those things happen.
Another one from Dirtbag Jake. Buy, sell, hold. Fully healthy running back room. RB1 is Keedron Young, as Aeneas Williams as the third down back.
I buy it as a possibility. It's not what I would predict today because I need to see Keedron Young back healthy. But if he's fully healthy, that's not out of the realm of possibility. And I would say Aeneas will be more than just the third down back. He'll also be RB2 and the third down back. In that instance. If
Aeneas isn't the number one running back, you're still going to see him likely in the same capacity that we saw Jadarian Price this year. So it won't just be third down specifically.
What was it I said last week? That if everyone's healthy, I could see Keedron Young being their leading rusher, but I could see Aeneas having the most touches.
Yes, sir.
When you include rushing and receiving.
Yep.
That's and I still stand by that if they're all healthy, which is kind of where Dirtbag Jake is. I think that's not too far off of that sentiment.
Agreed.
Sorry, I went the wrong way.
And then Biso hold the recovery from the portal class will buy Mike Martin and staff another year.
I mean, I guess technically buying, because I think they'll be back next year, but I don't think that the poor start was going to result in him being fired. It was just going to result in some things got to change around here. But I don't think it was going to result in him. I mean, you just signed the #1 recruiting class in the country. I don't think a bad portal process makes you fire people. A stern talking to you better get your head out of your you-know-what, or we're going to have to make a change next year. Maybe. But I didn't see that. So, but I buy that because they recovered, we're not even having this conversation now. I at least buy it from that standpoint.
Getting into the final part of the buy, sell, hold here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. Tom LE75 is getting us kicked off here in the final segment. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will bring in a portal quarterback to back up CJ Carr for a year.
Sell. I think they may bring a portal quarterback in, more of a preferred walk-on type of kid that competes to be the backup quarterback, but he won't be brought in to be the backup quarterback with no questions asked. He'll have to battle. So I kind of sell this. I don't sell it entirely, but I mostly sell it.
Yep, agreed. And then buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame should bring in a portal quarterback. There is an argument that if CJ misses multiple games due to an injury, we don't have someone even close to being ready. And we all know 10-2 doesn't get us in, especially with our schedule in 26.
Yeah. I just want to point this out that Tom said he wrote that before the press conference. So, which makes sense. Because the buy, sell, hold thing was put up Tuesday. We moved it back to today because Freeman called the press conference yesterday, which originally we didn't know was going to happen. So that makes sense, Tom, because Coach did address that yesterday. Should they bring in a portal quarterback? I've said from the beginning that I would have no problem with them bringing in sort of a quarterback that is going to be the backup for a year. And if he gets beat out by one of the younger kids, that's great. But if they're not ready yet, you've at least got some veteran that can kind of get you out of a jam in case CJ misses some games. Or you start him and then you bring the other guy along if CJ has a more longer-term injury. So, yes.
I'm going to actually I understand where you're coming from here with the submission, Tom, and I know you did it before the press conference, but I'm going to sell this. I don't think that they should bring in a portal quarterback. I understand the discussions of, what if so-and-so isn't ready, whether it be Blake Hebert or Noah Grubbs or Teddy Girard, but we're never going to know if somebody's ready until they are put in that situation. And there's no portal quarterback out there that you're going to go find right now, short of all of the former starters that have signed somewhere that are going to come in and be the savior for the season. I'd rather go with the guy that's been in the system for a year, knows the playbook, and Gino Guidugli and Mike Denbrock knows them. So it's a sell for me. From Bozilla14, buy, sell, hold. Wide receiver is the most impactful position for Notre Dame after the transfer portal is completed.
I'm going to sell. I still think it's defensive tackle. And maybe I'm still conflating need, not conflating, but I'm still putting need with impact still kind of together because I have a hard time taking them away. You know what I mean? But I still think D tackle is the bigger one. Because my thing is if Notre Dame didn't get those 2 D tackles, I think they'd still be pretty good at wide receiver. I mean, those 2 receivers, I still think they could be pretty good at receiver next year. If they didn't get the 2 D tackles, they'd be in trouble.
Agreed. We see that the same. Then buy, sell, hold. Nick Sheridan will do a better job as Michigan State's offensive coordinator and play caller than what he did at Alabama.
Sell? I mean, what evidence do we have that that'll be the case? I mean, all I can judge him by is what he did there. I mean, he was at Michigan, I believe. I don't remember him lighting the world on fire there. Wasn't he at Michigan before he went to Bama? Am I confusing him with someone else? No, he wasn't at Michigan. He played at Michigan. He was at Washington with DeBoer. He was his OC last year. Co-OC. And there's nothing in his background that tells me he is going to be that. I'm not saying he can't. I'm just saying I can't make that leap until I see him do it. That's it.
No, that's fair.
I hope so. I'd like to see Michigan State be good. I've always been a fan of Michigan State. Like, I've always rooted for them to be good, except when they play Notre Dame. Because I've told you guys before, that's the rival I have the most respect for outside of Navy. I've been very clear on that. So I root for them to be good. And I like Pat Fitzgerald as a coach, and I'm, want Max Bulla to do well. And I don't know what it is. I've just always I hate their basketball team, but I have always had a fondness for their football program. I know I'm weird that way, but I hope he does a good job. Who's their quarterback?
Michigan State.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's some guy with like a crazy last name.
Yeah, because the Childs jumped in the portal. He went to Northwestern, right?
Yes.
So, okay. I'm going to look here, Trev. Who's they get out of the portal? They didn't have the Cromanhoe kid, did they?
No, it's somebody that was on. It was somebody that was on the roster this past season.
Oh, okay, and then Cam Fancher got out of the portal from UCF. Let me go here. Michigan State. It was somebody that was on the team this past year.
Yes.
Okay. Would it be?
He started like the last 4 games.
I went
3
to
or 4 games.
I'm like, yeah, Luke Cromanhoe, and I'm like, no, I just clicked on Mississippi State, not Michigan State. Whoopsie. Oh, the Milosevic kid. Okay, interesting. Alicio Milovovic. Lamovajevic. I have a freaking clue how to pronounce that kid's name. Yeah, Aiden Childs was probably the most disappointing quarterback that I saw last year. His regression was problematic, to say the least. Very disappointing. Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from Bozilla 14. The game you are looking forward to next year the most is the renewal of the Michigan State versus Notre Dame, and you'll have a tailgate as well, please.
The game I'm looking forward to next season is the renewal of the Michigan State versus Notre Dame. And, we usually like to have one in September, so there's a chance we'll have that. I don't know. The game, I'm sorry, with all due respect, the game I'm most looking forward to next year is November 7th against Miami. That's the one I'm most looking forward to. Michigan State's up there. Bozilla knows me. I appreciate that. That's a game I am looking forward to, yes. And we might have a tailgate for that. I have to talk to my parents because they're the ones that put the tailgates on. But the Miami one is the one I'm most looking forward to, and there's not a close second.
Miami's my second one that I'm looking forward to the most.
What's the first one?
January 25th.
See, you keep doing. You see, now you're taking the cheating too far, Trev. Okay, that's not on the schedule though, so you don't know who that is, cheater. But okay. I'm gonna try to spin that one, but I'm gonna have to. Trev's going. He's taking some liberties today with the changing of the rules. I'll have to talk. I'll have to think about this one for a second. Think about this one. Okay, let's go to the next one, Trevor.
Another buy, sell, hold from Bozilla 14.
You just called me by my full name. I'm in trouble.
No.
Whenever your mom says your middle name.
Oh, yeah.
Crap. Oh, crap.
Oh, yeah. The reason why Al Washington didn't thrive as the linebacker coach at Ohio State was because he was a younger and inexperienced coach.
I would say because he was working under a terrible defensive coordinator. I'll say that.
Fair enough.
Remember when Harry Hiestand got fired at Tennessee and everybody thought that was a bad hire and all the Tennessee fans kept telling us how bad of an offensive line coach he was? Yeah, he wasn't the problem. I don't know that Al Washington was the problem at Ohio State. That whole defense stunk.
Yeah. From Eddie82, buy, sell, hold. Teddy Gerard will win the number 2 QB spot for 2026.
I'll buy it as a possibility. And that's where I'll buy it as a possibility. I'm not predicting it, but I think all 3 of those kids will have a shot to win that job.
100%. And by so hold, Quincy Porter will have 30 or more receptions for the 2026 season.
I'm by that. I mean, I said this before. I could see his production in 2026 looking a lot like what Malachi Fields' production was this year. Because, I mean, Malachi had 36 catches for 630 yards and 5 touchdowns. If Quincy Porter's healthy, will you be at all shocked if that's what he puts up next year?
No.
I won't, because I think the offense is going to be more geared towards the passing game, which means just more opportunities. And because I think the supporting cast will be better, especially once Jaden Greathouse went down. With the supporting cast being better, I see him getting a lot more touches. I mean, I'm just saying, just follow with me here, and this could be a total coincidence, right? But through the first 4 games, when Jaden Greathouse was also playing and was getting touches, and teams were still focusing their time on Jaden Greathouse, Malachi Fields was averaging 68.875 yards per game. If you put that over the entire 12 season, that's 825 yards. His per game average after Jaden Greathouse went down plummeted.
Yeah.
Now, maybe that's a coincidence. I don't think it's the only reason why his statistics plummeted, but I'm telling you, whether Jaden Greathouse got targeted or not, when he was on the field, teams paid attention to him. And that benefited Malachi. When it was Will Pauling to the field in the slot, I don't think anybody cared about game planning to keep him out. I mean, he was wide open half the time. They didn't even cover him half the time. Wasn't the plan, but I'm just saying. So I think once Jaden went down, that changed how teams defended Malachi Fields.
You didn't have another receiver on the field that was a comparable threat. You didn't have another 50-50 guy on the field that you had to account for.
Right.
So
you had to count for Jordan Faison, but to Trev's point, not in the same way you had to account for Jaden Greathouse as a kind of a down the field weapon. And you're going to defend a Z differently than that's working quick game and things like that differently than you're going to defend, the other. So
yep.
I don't think that's a coincidence. So to your point, if they do move Jordan Faison to the slot and put Jaden outside, it's still the same thing. You have to account for the slot a lot more. If they leave Jaden in the slot, then again, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The by so hold, Ian Premer leads the tight end room in touchdown receptions in 26.
No. Sell.
Yeah. I'll say this. It's a sell for me, but if you would have told me that Ty Washington was going to lead the tight end room in touchdown receptions in 2025, I also wouldn't have believed you. So is there a possibility that it happens? Maybe, but I think there's a lot more in front of Ian Premer this year than what was in front of Ty Washington this past season. But overall,
and then also as good as Eli Raridon was, I mean, he had 3 touchdowns in 16 catches in his first 2 years. I mean, Cooper Flanagan has a little bit of a better touchdown success rate than that, and he played a lot less. And I mean, Cooper Flanagan has caught 5 passes, and 3 of them have gone for touchdowns. So I would not have a problem if that was true, but yeah, I'm not predicting it.
Yeah. Another one from Eddie82. By so hold, Javian Osborne will have more than 400 rushing yards in 2026.
Sell. Again, wouldn't have a problem if it happens, but he's got some pretty darn good running backs he's going to have to beat out first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed. Then by so hold, Tate Johnson will have 5 or more picks in 26, including a pick 6.
Bye. Yeah.
Guys,
I mean, to a degree, the way that Notre Dame uses him, you can't avoid him.
Yeah.
He's got to prove he can stay healthy, though. Because he got banged up a lot in high school and then, of course, got hurt this year. But it was a different kind of injury that doesn't necessarily concern me. But what'd you say, Trev? It's only 1 more than he had this year, right?
Yeah, and he should have had
at least 7, at least 6 or 7.
Yeah.
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 I'll buy that. And I learned my lesson with Xavier Watts when I was like, there's no way teams are going to throw at him enough for him to get that many picks. And then he goes out the next year and has 6? So yeah, I learned my lesson. Plus, again, 5 picks in 16 games isn't exactly like a
no
crazy season.
Mm-mm.
I'm going to keep hammering that from now until their season's over with next year.
On January 25th.
That's the expectation, brother.
Buy, sell, hold from Dane Dad 22. Notre Dame will see a huge improvement in their preparation and performance in September and early season games this year because they have a returner at quarterback. Both coordinators are returning and a large number of returning difference makers on defense.
I think that's a great submission, and I'll buy that. I absolutely think that's a part of what has been the issue for Notre Dame in September, in some Septembers. It's been a combination of really tough early season games combined with a new starting quarterback. You had a new coordinator. You had a different coordinator in 23 than you had in 22. You had a different coordinator in 24 than you had in 23. This year, I don't think the team was woefully unprepared as a team. I mean, they played two really good football teams. If they would have played against Northern Illinois like they did against Miami or Texas A&M, they would have beat Northern Illinois by at least 20 points. So what they did in that game is different than what happened against Marshall or Northern Illinois or even Ohio State in 2023.
Agreed 100%.
Good observations, Dane Dad. Love it.
Another one from Dane. Buy, sell, hold. The running back room will see 4 players averaging 3 to 5 touches per game next season, not garbage time.
I would love to see that, but I don't see Jaywan Sider going from only using 2 to using 4. So I could see him getting to 3. I have a hard time seeing him getting to 4. I mean, they didn't even do that under Dylan McCullough. They didn't have 4 running backs under D. They had, and Aeneas Williams didn't often get 3 to 5 touches. He'd play a lot of snaps and not get any touches. So I'm gonna sell that.
As am I. 4 is steep. Like if it was just more than 2, I would hold it for the reasons that I've said before about Jaywan Sider's past. Like he's never really gone deeper than 2, but you could also argue that he's never had to go deeper than 2. So it's like you never know. But 4, I'm selling.
Yeah.
And then the current portal class will exceed our expectations with the wide receivers both having 32 plus catches and 4 touchdowns, and the D-line class will contribute for 16 plus tackles for a loss.
I don't know that necessarily exceeds my expectations, especially the receivers. The tackles for loss would actually be really impressive. So I'll sell it for the receivers and buy it for the D-line. Those numbers on the D-line would exceed my expectations. Because Tion Gray could have a dominant season and only have 3 tackles for loss. Yeah, let me just look something up real quick. In 2012, what did Lou have in 2012? He had 7.5 tackles for loss in 2012. So let's say Tion Gray has that number. Then the other kid would have to have 8.5. And I don't.
Yeah.
I think you could see 7. I mean, look, Francis Brew could have 10 tackles for loss, and Tion Gray could have 5 tackles for loss, and that would exceed my expectations of what they could do. I think the 16 number is why I'm having a hard time with that. But they could have 14, 12, 11, 10, and it is, I mean, they have a big-time impact. But 16 would certainly exceed my expectations.
Yeah.
The receivers doing that, 32 combined catches, both having 32 catches and 4 touchdowns, I don't know that would necessarily exceed my expectations. I think they're both capable of that. The only way that they won't have that is either injuries or other guys are just better. But yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, that's fair.
That'd be a good season from them. But I don't think those things would exceed my expectations. That's all. Except for that number right there. That would. We brought that one up earlier and talked about it.
Yep. From Teach Like a Champion, buy, sell, hold. If we were to lose 1 or 2 of our younger wide receivers due to the additions of Porter and Graham, it would still be a net positive for the room in terms of projecting their impact on the 2016.
Hold, because it would just depend on who those young receivers are. I would need to know who. And I'm not even going to list who would or wouldn't, because then that kind of, if this guy left, I'm not bothered by that at all. That'd be so disrespectful. I don't really want to say that. It just would depend on, look, there's a couple guys that could leave where I'm like, yeah, I don't want to see those guys go, but you had to make this move. There's a couple other young guys that could leave, and I'm like, man, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one.
Yeah. Agreed.
Because let's say the two guys I have in mind leave, and Porter and Graham both have great years. Okay. Well, with Porter, that's awesome news. Well, what if he jumps into Portland again next year? Or, maybe he stays and plays for 2 more years, but let's say Graham has a big year and he just goes pro. Well, you'd have that other guy for 2 or 3 more years or 2 years. So there's a lot of different ways to look at it. It just would depend on who left.
Then Biso hold Notre Dame will have a top 5 offense and defense in 2026.
I mean, they were pretty close to that this year and got off to as big of a train wreck season as possible. I mean, if you look at the Fermo Efficiency Index, Notre Dame this year finished 5th on offense and 6th on defense. I mean, they were real close to that this year. If you look at the I'm going to go pull up the Football Power Index on ESPN, and which is usually not even like super pro Notre Dame, and just pull that up. So let's go to the Football Power Index and see where Notre Dame's resume, let's go efficiencies. Okay. When you look at the offense this year, Notre Dame ranked 2nd and the defense ranked 8th. It's like they were close to that this year. And I think that next year, even if Chris Ash coaches the exact same way, there will be a much greater understanding of what he wants. They'll still be better at it. I'll still rip them because that's not what they need to do, but they'll be better at it, and they'll be, you know what I mean? And I don't know that next year's – because here's the thing that people have to understand. Sometimes your success isn't built – people tend to look at, well, the defense will be better. Why? Well, they don't play a lot of good teams. Okay, you're correct. They play this 4-8 team over here, but that 4-8 team scores 38 points a game. They just give up 40. So for the defense, that's actually a tougher game. For the team, they may win that game 63-30. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a really good offense, but it's a terrible, abysmal, all-time bad defense. You know what I mean? So, like,
I mean, that's what the Arkansas game was.
Right. Well, and that was kind of my point. In 25, we said this before the season. They could give up more points per game, but still be as good or a better defense because they're playing a lot better offenses than they did the year before. And that proved to be true. We thought A&M was going to be better on offense. We thought that, Arkansas would be formidable on offense. USC was going to be better on offense, and they were a lot better on offense. Navy was still going to be very good. And so we thought NC State was going to be a lot better on offense, and they were better than they were the year before. They fell apart at the end of the year. And I think part of that was Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame kind of broke that team. So a lot of that depends on those things. But yes, I mean, they were close to that this year, and I think they're going to be a better team next year. So I'll absolutely buy that.
Yep. Buy for me as well. Another one from Teach Like a Champion. The addition of Spencer Porath may be the most important portal addition given the kicking situation last year. Again,
I don't. Somebody said earlier, important. Like, I understand the difference between who's the best and importance, and I'm telling you, I don't see a scenario where a kicker is more important than your defensive tackles and your top receivers. He may make the one biggest play of the year, but he won't have the same impact, nor will he be. I mean, guys, Notre Dame in the last 2 years went 26-4 with 2 of the worst years in school history when it comes to kicking field goals and extra points.
Yeah.
They just set a program. They scored the most points a season since 1912, and they couldn't make an extra point in a key moment. It couldn't kick field goals. So I still think those other positions are more important and more impactful and better, and in every other thing you can have.
Agreed. Biso hold the Notre Dame passing touchdown record of 37 is in jeopardy of falling next season, assuming the health of CJ Carr.
I'll buy that. I mean, because you're talking 16. Now, is it in jeopardy of being broken in 13 games, which is how many Brady had to break it? I don't think so. Is it in jeopardy of being broken if Notre Dame plays 15, 16 games next year? Absolutely it is. But, yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah, he would need 11 more, he would need 13 more than what he had this year. And if he played 4 additional games, I think it would be in jeopardy for sure.
Yeah, because he averaged 2 a game this year, right? And if
Yes.
Notre Dame would have played, let's say Notre Dame would have made the playoffs this year and gone on a run to the title game again, and he only averaged the same number of touchdowns, that's 32 touchdowns. That's only 5 off of that record, and that's his first year as a starter.
Yep.
So I could certainly see that next year.
Yep. Agreed.
And the other thing about next year is they won't have Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price next year.
It's a good point. From I Am Tenzin, buy, sell, hold. Over under 6 months till you find a new streaming service. If you know, you know.
Under.
There we go. Buy, sell, hold. Trev falls in love with one of these tight ends prior to spring even starting.
Okay, first of all, it's T-Rev. Okay, get your own name right, Trev. Come on now. T-Rev.
Sounds
that's
good.
A buy.
B-Rye.
That he didn't put that in there though. It's
yeah,
BD. But you don't get to make those up just because you don't like this one. T-Rev. In all seriousness, Trev will absolutely fall in love with one of these tight ends for good reason.
100%. It's an easy buy for me. And then buy, sell, hold. Hockey is the most exciting sporting event to attend.
Sell. For me, sell. I went to one hockey game and almost got into a big brawl because of the crazy racist that was sitting beside me or behind us. And I was like, yep, this sucks. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's a sell. My heart will always belong to live football games. Always.
Yeah. The sport I love the most to attend as far as excitement for me is actually basketball, like a big basketball game. Because it's just so nonstop. That's more excitement. Yeah. But also the reason I don't find hockey exciting, if I'm being completely honest, is I don't understand hockey. I don't watch hockey. I don't know the rules. I don't wait a minute, why'd they blow the whistle on that play? It's icing. Oh, okay. Yeah. There's a lot of ice down there. What are you talking about? I don't know what that means. So it's hard for me to get excited about something that I just don't understand. I watch a cricket match, or I was listening to a cricket match. So my wife and I went on our honeymoon to Barbados. And the hotel experience was so bad, but one of the things they did to make up for how bad it was is they hired a cabbie to take us around the entire island for a day, which was cool. The guy knew a lot about the island and it was a great experience, but the guy was listening to a cricket match between Jamaica and I don't know, India or something like that. And he was getting fired up about something, and I'm listening to it and I'm thinking, I have no idea what this guy's excited because I don't understand what happened. No clue what just happened. So now if it was and Elway drops back the pass and he finds Shannon Sharp in the corner of the Broncos, then I'd have been freaking excited because I knew what was going on. I grew up listening to baseball on the radio. I listened to a whole lot more baseball games in my life than I've watched. And I could get excited about a home run in the bottom of the ninth inning because I knew what was going on. If the cricket or hockey equivalent of that happened, I'm like, all right. Did the good guys win? Yeah. Okay, cool. Can we put it on FM now? You know what I mean? That's how I would have been. So I just don't get bored either.
Yeah, that's fair. From I Am Tenzin, microtransactions and DLC ruin video games.
I don't know what either one of those things mean.
I don't really know too much about microtransactions. DLC, sure. I mean, it's all the pay for play stuff, all the pay add-ons, I think, ruin video games.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, here's the base video game, but then you have to go and buy X amount of DLCs to have all of the things that come included with the video games. I'll buy that. I'll absolutely buy that.
Word.
Be like, hey, you should go see this movie, but you have to pay an additional $4.99 to see, the conclusion of this movie. It's all right, well, then I'm just not going to go see it. I agree with you, Tenzin.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold. Even though we all assume Germany invading Russia was a huge mistake, Mustache Man trying to take Stalingrad was actually the worst decision when they were already so close to Moscow.
Well, yeah, it was really stupid because what was the primary reason? So I buy that to a degree. What was the primary reason that they went into Russia? It was because they were running low on oil and there were these giant oil fields and oil reserves in Russia. And that militarily made sense. Then the crazy man deciding to, like you said, take Stalingrad cost them, I think it was like hundreds of thousands of lives. I mean, it was insane, the damage that happened to the German army at that time. So yeah, I buy that. I absolutely buy that. It went from a legitimate military engagement that they needed an oil lifeline. Like, part of the reason the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, part of the reason is because we were making it harder for them to get oil. And that was their counterpunch. But yes, he then he changed other things because he was insane. And that cost them hundreds of thousands of lives. So yes, I buy that.
Yep. I do as well. Stalingrad was the turning point of the war in the East.
Like, the Germans were always going to lose the minute the Americans got in. But they would have done way more damage to the rest of Europe and would have been harder to beat if not for that decision.
Yeah.
Yep.
Buy sell hold from Sean McCardle. Notre Dame ended up with a better or more upside receiver group in the end than the initial potential targets.
Oh, yes, 100%. And then the next part is Porter and Graham's greater than Marsh and Strong. Buy. From an upside talent standpoint, that's an easy buy.
Yep.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Buy.
100%. Yep. 100%.
Another one from Sean. Buy sell hold. Notre Dame ended up with a better and more upside D line haul than their initial targets.
I don't know that I count Jalen Thompson as Keon was always initial target. It was just kind of waiting on him to get in the portal. But Keeley and Gray, Brew and Gray versus Ibaragba and Gilliam, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, we've got to be able to have a grown-up conversation about this. And earlier, somebody in the chat was like, how can you say that they didn't do well when you don't know who they missed on? I'm like, actually, I do know who they missed on. And I kind of think part of the reason some of you listen to the show is because we have good sources and we give you real information and not spin. Maybe some of you don't. Maybe some of you like being lied to. I don't think that's very many people. But as I said before, sometimes you can not do things a way and it doesn't work out and it ends up being a better thing for you. That's what happened here. Now, I don't know that Notre Dame liked Mateen Ibaragba as much as maybe what was portrayed in the media. That I believe. They absolutely wanted Xavier Gilliam. 100% wanted Xavier Gilliam. That's not even a debate. And they dropped the ball. By dropping the ball, however, you are then able to go get Francis Brew and Tion Gray, who are better than those two kids. So let's say they'd have got Gilliam and then went and got Brew, which is, I think, ultimately what they would have liked. That's not as good as Brew and Gray, in my opinion. So I buy that, absolutely. But we also need to be able to say they didn't choose not to get those guys. Jalen Thompson was a guy they had on their board in case they didn't get a couple of the other guys they liked better. So it's a little bit different. He was not we got to get Jalen Thompson. He was not that guy. They were waiting on Keon Keeley and a couple other edges to jump in the portal that they liked better. But if those guys didn't get in the portal, then they would have made a move on Jalen Thompson. So, but is that trio better than the other trio? Absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, it worked out in the end.
Yeah.
But like I said the other day, just because you throw 3 picks and still win the game doesn't mean your game plan next week is to, hey, let's throw 3 picks again.
Right.
It says that's how good you are, that you can throw 3 picks and still win. But hey, maybe next time we don't throw 3 picks instead of winning, 28-14 because we threw 3 picks, we win 49-7 because we don't throw 3 picks.
Right. From Fat Fish, buy, sell, hold. It's 4th and goal at the 2, and you're down by 4. The defense has been playing sticky man coverage all night. You get stuffed at the line last play. Which play are you calling? QB zone in a 3-1, trips left, tight end right, RPO bubble, tight end speed out, goal line play action, fullback dive, mesh, halfback swing.
I am selling the trips left, right RPO bubble to tight end speed out. Like I'm not doing that one. QB zone in a 3-by-1. That one is intriguing because you're 4th and 2 at the 4. You're in a 3-by-1. You're spread out a little bit. You've got 5 blockers. They probably have 6 guys in the box. You run a QB draw. What does that look like, Trev? It looks like exactly what they did against Miami when CJ scored from 6.
Yeah.
Goal line PA fullback dive mesh with a halfback swing. I don't know that would be a great 4th down call. They're going to protect the perimeter on 4th and 2. They're going to crash inside and protect the perimeter. So, yeah, I think that would work. I think something else that might work is sort of a hard motion one way with action coming back to it. I would maybe consider sort of hard action right. So like, you're in a 12 personnel, you go, so you're in, let's say you're 12 personnel in a 2-by-2 and you motion a guy out to the right. And then that right side tight end, you kind of block down, hold, leak backside, something like that, which we've seen in those situations. Something like that I would be more of a fan of than a halfback swing. They're going to be prepared for a quick perimeter screen in that look. They're going to crash inside, protect the perimeter. So I think the quarterback draw might be the most likely option from a spread set with Aeneas or Kedron, somebody like that, lead blocking. Yeah, that'd probably be my favorite.
Yeah. I don't really have a different order than what you would put in there, so I'm with you. Another one from Fat Fish. You only get to change 1 what-ifs in Notre Dame history. 1, Clausen and Tate stayed for Brian Kelly's first season. 2, Aaron Lynch doesn't transfer. And 3, Kansas State doesn't lose in 2012.
Boy, if I could only change one of those, I'm going to buy Clausen and Tate stay. I'm going to hold Kansas State doesn't lose, and I'm going to sell Aaron Lynch doesn't transfer. I don't think Aaron Lynch makes a difference when you get to the Bama game. You're already 12-0 in the regular season. What difference does Aaron Lynch make? You lose 35-14 instead of 42-14. Like, I don't know that he would have made a much big of a difference. K-State doesn't lose, then I think you are playing K-State. But I still say, man, if Golden Tate and Jimmy Clausen would have come back in 2010, I've said this for years, I'll take it to my grave, that team doesn't lose a game.
That would have been nasty.
They don't lose a game.
That would have been absolutely nasty.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'd probably buy 1, hold 3, sell 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the order I'd be in.
Yep. All right. Let's go we're almost to the end here. Got a couple more.
Buy, sell, hold from Fat Fish. You have 3 options to make the ideal team. 1, super intelligent, does everything efficiently, but not top-end athletes. 2, uber athletic, but lacks discipline. Or 3, moderate athletes, immense heart and buy-in, lacks a great quarterback.
Mm-hmm. So I kind of think 1 and 3 kind of seems like the same to me, but a moderate athlete with a lack of a great quarterback, that specifically, I don't care how much heart you have. I've seen 2-10 teams go 2-10 with great heart, but because they have moderate athletes and lack a great quarterback. That's the easiest sell for me. Of those 3, I'd probably buy them in the order you have them. A super intelligent with good athletes, but not top-end athletes. I don't want the uber athletic team that lacks discipline because that's going to get you beat. That's Miami 2024. And the last one is like way, way below. You have moderate athletes and you don't have a great quarterback. I don't care how much guys, there has been buy-in for teams that are terrible. They're just terrible. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. Somebody in the chat just said, number one all day, you just described Indiana. I think Notre Dame, I think Indiana's a couple top-end athletes, but by and large, I think he's right. That kind of describes Indiana.
Agreed. Yeah, agree completely. I think I would also buy, hold, sell in that order.
Yeah. Yep.
Another one from Fat Fish. Buy, sell, hold. Third down defensive calls. Third down and 8 at their 40. Heavy pressure man blitz. 2 drop coverage. 3 zone sim pressure.
So I would go buy heavy pressure man blitz with the talent Notre Dame has. That's my number one. With inside leverage in my man coverage. I'm not giving up a slant route in that situation. I'm going to make you beat me down the field. My number 2 would be zone sim pressure. So basically what sim pressure is essentially you show pressure and then you either drop or you drop some. You know, you may be kind of a zone fire, but like you show 6 or 7 are coming and only 4 or 5 come. Like that's basically a sim pressure. Drop coverage is similar to that, but more of a pure, you're just dropping. Less selling the blitz. You know, you're walking up and dropping guys. That would be my last one. But so I'd sell that one. But again, drop coverage also depends on who am I facing. If I'm facing a quarterback that doesn't have a big arm, I may want to create more scenarios where I have guys in coverage because the windows are tighter and he doesn't have the arm to fit those windows in. If I'm facing a quarterback like Arch Manning's, Josh Hoover, some of the better quarterbacks in the country next year, Lenore Sellers, I don't want to give them time to go through the progressions. I want to make it about you, my dudes versus your dudes. You better get that ball out quick. Or that's one. Or I want to confuse him, which is the zone sim pressure, but just do it a little bit more aggressively than what Ash did last year. The last thing I want to do against one of those smart kids is just drop back and let him have time to throw. Because the thing like a guy like Arch is, okay, if no one's open, he can take off and run. And now you've got everybody. The problem with any of those either dropping coverage or especially the sim pressures is if you have a mobile quarterback, your guys are running that way. They got to plant, stop, and then run back to the quarterback. That can be dangerous. But if I'm playing a team that's got a pocket quarterback, then I'm more likely to bring with that. So a lot of this is going to depend on who you're playing as well, especially at quarterback.
Absolutely. Big picture, just for Notre Dame's defense specifically, I'm buying 1, holding 3, selling 2.
Yep. Good one.
A buy, sell, hold from Law Dog. Notre Dame's false start to the portal period was more about questionable PR and media decisions than failure of the approach taken by Mike Martin and his team.
No, sell. Not at all. No, not at all. I don't believe that. I think Mike Martin and his team made some missteps early in the process that got him off to a slow start. That's a reality. They rebounded pretty quickly and finished incredibly strong. I think that's the story. I don't think the PR media decisions had anything to do with them not having a transcript of a player that was on campus or not returning an agent's phone call for 24 hours or targeting guys that had no business being like nobody in the PR department or media made them go after James Smith and Quay Russo. Nobody did that. That was their decision. So no, I don't think that's true. I think we can say, hey guys, bad start, phenomenal finish. And that's okay to say that. It's okay to say that. It actually, to me, it gives them credit. It gives me hope for the future that Mike Martin and his staff were able to rebound that quickly. Imagine what it's going to look like next year when they apply the lessons from the mistakes they made. It's no different than a coach having a bad first half of play calling or a coach having a bad, start to a season or whatever the case may be. It's about how you finish. You don't ignore the mistakes that caused you to have to do the things you did, but man, you still look at it and say, hey, we there's something cooking here if they're able to rebound this well. Imagine what it's going to be like next year when he's now has some experience at doing this under his belt after coming from the NFL. That's how I look at it.
Yeah. Yep, for sure. We see that the same. From Law Dog, buy, sell, hold. We will not lose anyone else to the transfer portal before the season begins.
Yeah, Trev, I'm going to go ahead and take the rest of these. I know you got to run over with Vince, so you go ahead and head over to the other show, and then I'll finish these up.
Right
Sound
on,
good?
bro. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yep. So, we'll Law Dog, buy, sell, hold. We will not lose anyone else to the transfer portal before the season begins. I'm going to sell that. I do think they'll at least have a couple guys jump to the portal. I hope I'm wrong. I don't want anybody to leave, but I'm gonna go ahead and sell that one. I do think they'll have at least a couple more guys leave. Again, hope I'm wrong. Buy, sell, hold from Law Dog. Notre Dame's offense will look dramatically different from what we've seen over the past decade. I'll sell that. I think that you say, well, what if they throw the ball a lot more? Well, that's not a whole lot different than what they look like in 2021. They'll be better at it, but it won't be a whole lot different. I think they'll be better. I don't know that it'll look a whole lot different. I mean, they're still going to have pretty much the same run schemes, a lot of the same pass schemes. They'll just be better. So I'll sell that. I understand. I think I understand where you're coming from. They'll throw better, throw more. Mike Denbrock's still going to want balance. He's still going to want efficiency. He's still going to want to, be able to impose their will on people physically. Those things are all still going to be very important to Mike Denbrock, even with maybe the best quarterback in the country. I think those things are still important. And I believe that is the end of the questions. So, yes. So that is going to do it for today's show, everybody. I know this was a long one, but we did want to get to that commitment early on and address that. So I appreciate y'all being with me today. We've got a lot more planned. Obviously, tomorrow's going to be a mailbag, a lot of conversations. We've got some breakdowns on the board where I've broken down some of the portal pickups, gone in the film room, dove into that. They're also on the front page at irishbreakdown.com. But, of course, lots of great discussion going on at boards.irishbreakdown.com. That's always the best way. If you say, what's the best way we can support what you guys do? Anything you do to support us, reading our articles, watching our show, listening to our podcast are all very helpful ways that you can support Irish Breakdown. But the absolute best way is still doing all those things that don't cost you anything other than your valuable time, but financially doing those things, but then also being a member to the message board. It's $6.99 a month. I've had some people reach out and ask me that. $6.99 a month or $69.99 for a year. We also have some booster clubs where if you want to go above and beyond the normal rate, you join one of the booster clubs and they come with some free gifts. So if you sign up for the blue or the Shamrock Club, you also get a free IB Club mug. If you sign up for the Gold Club, you get an IB Club mug plus an IB Gold Club t-shirt. So you'll definitely want to check those out. But stay safe, everybody. Have an awesome day. If you're in our area, definitely be safe out on the roads. We've gotten a lot of snow. I look forward to seeing you guys again tomorrow for our mailbag. And we all got to take a deep breath. The portal has, for the most part, played itself out. Notre Dame finished very strong. And now next week, we get to turn our attention to the 2026 football team, the 2026 season. I can't wait. So have an awesome rest of your day. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell. Have an awesome day. And thank you for supporting us and being with us here on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.